I didn't know how to do it. I think I'm pretty sure it was Ryan, Alexander, and Colin that taught me how to do all that.
Was it?
Or maybe just Ryan.
Probably
I'm
Ryan.
sure Ryan told me.
I don't know, I like the team effort. It seemed like a massive, like,
Yeah, I was trying to give you a
endeavour.
little bit. Colin's just like, nah, no, I didn't fucking do that.
Such a team
I mean, it's plausible, but I don't think I did.
Okay. I think I'm live.
You are.
Hello.
Oh, you're very quiet for me right now.
Am I now?
Fine, quiet.
Confusing. I know, right? That's unusual. It's not that unusual. I'm relatively quiet as a person. Relatively. It's not so much the volume, but the volume of how much I can speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Not how loud it is how much you can speak.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you got the nuance.
Yep. I got it.
Wait, so what are you saying you are? Are you saying you're quiet in those terms?
Yeah.
No.
No, you're not.
I hope someone's following this. Oh dear.
I'm not going out.
And if
I'm
you are,
going
try
out.
and explain it to everybody else.
Yep. Oh dear. That'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Right. I guess we'll see how this goes.
Adverts, adverts, and adverts.
The joys. What are the adverts now?
Amazon Kindle thing.
The
Audible,
joys.
yeah.
Pornhub, not wrong Twitch. Everyone had it.
It really scares me how quiet it's all went though. Like,
Yeah, it's all gone very quiet.
I have that effect in the room.
see how
Okay.
you killed that conversation, Chris.
I mean, I was enjoying the silence, you know? Oh well. Give me a second.
I really should save my game.
Yes,
And turn
indeed.
it off.
Like everybody else.
Yep.
Closeth.
Everything.
Thy distractions. Right, well, good flow everybody, and welcome to the Invasion Session 61. I am Ryan, the GM. That guy. That's me. It's the 4th of August. That says in August now. It's 2021. Yeah, August is good for something, I guess. And here are the players.
Hello, I'm Tom, the player. Today I'll be Eltris, the barbarian elf. August is good because my birthday's in a week. Just putting that one out there.
Hey!
However, I will just want to take this moment to say that I went to a birthday party on Monday or Tuesday, I think it was.
There we go.
It was really nice. And the person who invited me is watching tonight. Thanks for inviting me. I really appreciated it.
Okay.
Happy belated birthday to your offspring. Both, I believe. And you can take from that what you will.
Very good.
Good.
Good evening and preemptive. Happy birthday for next week.
And happy
My name
belated
is
birthday to you, Alexander.
My name is in fact Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite and Stephen, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening all, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk.
That was.
I don't have anything witty to say, so carry on.
I am also Chris. I am the person who invited Eltris to the party, as it was my 1-year-old, no, now 1-year-old daughter's first birthday yesterday.
That's ironic because
Um,
Eltris invited you to this party.
Yep. So we're now party even. And I would like Thodun the Stormwatcher. I keep forgetting the guy's name. I named him.
Yeah,
Keep
I
forgetting
guess you named him for fuck's sake, yeah.
every single week. Thodun Stormwatcher, I will be the Tempest Domain Cleric. Thanks for having me.
Good August and happy evening. I'm Colin. I'll be playing Vanguard, the dwarven clericy druid guy.
Yay.
We got there in the end.
You think this was a bit? Oof. You need to go listen to some of the Monday intros. I think literally was it from like second session they got off the rails? I think from like session 2. Yeah, and they just immediately off the rails. Yeah, started off so strong. He says. Right. What did you remember from last time?
Oh, guys! Stag, forest, leaving.
Oh yeah.
Goodbye.
I believe some form of stone giants.
Yeah.
We got out of the woods, out of the forest.
Yeah. The lesser known
Or
musical
at least
Out of the
into what I
Woods.
would describe as a post-forest transitional rock-based space.
Mhm. Only you would describe it as such, though.
I don't accept this.
Fair. Okay. Yeah. Anything else happened worthy of note? No?
We found out that the Green Witch of the Woods was, in fact, a genasi.
Mhm.
I think we found out that it was an Earth genasi,
Yeah,
but I don't know if
Yeah.
that's necessarily a detail that.
And I was feeling funky when we left the woods. That's
Yep.
Yes.
Was the exact
One of
terms they
our
used.
members has decided to take on his powers,
Yep.
whatever that means.
Yep. Fully
Or has
embraced
he
it.
changed his mind in a
Destiny.
week?
Yeah, how you feeling about that? Yeah. Eltris? No? Yeah, good. Yeah. That's the tone of a
Have you
confident man.
thought
yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what happens. Yeah, it should
will.
be quite
We
exciting.
will see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else worthy of note happen? No? Okay.
I'm
Bloody
gonna try to rack my brain, but I can't think anything specific.
Cynthia?
We talked to the magical
Cynthia.
Cynthia lady, and then she went away, and then we went for a walk in the woods, and then we got to a bit that was no longer woods. That is my memory of the session.
We figured out how the chef thing works.
Kit.
It's been a long time.
What's a chef?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Let's have a look at goals.
Yeah.
So- Eltris, what are the general goals?
I knew you were going to call me there, right? And I just
Oh,
ate
do you know
chip,
what?
and I
No,
was like,
do you know what? Fuck you then. Right? No.
no, I swallowed it. I swallowed. The general goals: reach the city of Barris, decide the fate of the dragon egg, investigate what is influencing magic in the area, get closure is for Eric,
Closure is, yeah.
use the stag as Cynthia intended.
And your personal goal?
In life or in this game, come to terms with / learn the duties of the guardian.
Fleabite, your personal goal?
To fashion cold weather gear from mountain fauna.
Banger.
My personal goal is to keep these fucks alive.
Thodun.
Till the top of the mountain, specifically.
Find
Not forever.
possible relocation spot at top of the mountain.
And Keldrith.
And at the present time, I'm working on trying to protect a dragon egg, if there is a dragon egg. That we're not really sure if there is a dragon egg, but we'll get there.
Yep. I may or may not protect something egg-shaped and dragon-related. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I believe what we had last time was pretty sure it was just Thodun shouting into the stonework, really, of the craggy mountain pass, right? As you can tell from my background, craggy mountain pass.
Yes.
Um,
I think I said I was going to do it. I didn't think I did it yet.
Okay. I just can't remember what the exact moment we ended on was, personally.
We were sort of conscious of them watching us. I
Mhm.
remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I think some
More or
people...
less, my hawk had seen them, and
Exactly, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, I told everybody to be aware that we're being watched by some sort of stone giant, and then you give us a lovely picture.
And then ended session.
There we go. Perfect. That's exactly what happened. Excellent. I'm glad we were all
Remember
paying
that we
attention.
could confirm at least one shoe.
At
Yes.
least one shoe.
Yes.
God, I forgot about that.
Could that
part.
be a team mission? We might pass that one.
Where's the other shoe? Oh dear.
Unfortunately, it would be an ecumenical matter.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think we just had used tentatively moving forward. Trying not to alarm them, right? While trying to remain alerted, I think, was what I remember as well from posturing. Because I think people like moved their shields into their hand and stuff like that from what I remember.
I don't think I did, certainly.
Yeah, I think Thodun did though, right Thodun?
What did I do?
Did you move your shield into your hand? Or did I make that up?
I think I did.
Okay. Well, here's a better question. Do you want to move your shield into your hand or not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because remember,
Yes, I did.
your other hand will be obviously holding on to the stag's head, remember?
Yeah.
And you'll have a shield. Good, okay. But yeah, so mountain crag path ahead. Obviously, that looming sensation that you are being watched. What is the plan? Are we just gonna try and like see if you can proceed until something happens to you, or are you gonna attempt to do something to preempt possible happenings? Tell me.
Well, one of us can. Well, we know enough to reckon these are giants, right?
I think the description that Kildrath could probably have given you was they're much bigger than us, which would lead you to believe giant, right? So anything bigger than you's probably got
I mean,
a bit of
to
giant
be
blood in it.
fair, I'm like 5'3".
Yeah, but much bigger versus a couple of feet, right? I wonder how tall these things are. Let me have a wee look
That's
at
the
this.
case. I'm a giant to you.
Yeah, to be fair, though, you
Really?
kind of have giant blood in you anyway, right? Goliaths are a bit
Yeah.
giant-blooded, so that isn't that untrue. Okay, so these things are a huge base. The hawk spotted, so that would imply what's that? 3 squares, so that would be somewhere between like 15 to 20 feet tall.
Okay,
So-
that's pretty large.
Significantly bigger, right? Whereas Thodun, what are you, like 7, 8 foot?
7'7".
So there you go. So these things are at least 2 Thoduns.
Two Thodens.
I'm
I
going
think
to
that's like
retreat quietly into the woods.
I'm perfectly fine being used as a measurement.
Yep. How many Thodens is this guy?
He's only half a Thodun.
Standard measure.
Yep. Oh dear. To be fair, if you were 5 foot exactly as a character in this, you would be a very useful unit of measurement for things.
Oh
Yeah.
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 Instead of
Trace for distance rather than height. Just lie you down.
yep.
Everyone would be able to innately tell how tall you are.
Wow, you perfectly filled that abstract square of space in this land. Right, so yeah, nobody's taking any additional precautions other than just being a bit edgy.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
At least
yeah.
not me.
Was this where Fleabite was standing behind? Someone?
Yes,
I
as
can't remember
always,
if it was-
behind.
I can't remember if it was Thodun or Altris. I think
it was
Fleabite was
Eltris.
hiding. Yeah, okay, I'll go with that.
I mean, I think it
that would
was.
be the one.
Yeah,
See, I thought it was Thodun, but if we want to say it was me, I'm okay with that.
it's Alexander's call, really, let's face it.
Yeah, we'll just go with Altris. Just
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I guess as the party try and push on, I will need somebody to navigate, and if somebody's going to help them navigate, I'd like to know who these people are.
I would like to assist Navigati Ion.
Sure. Who's
We'll
willing
do
to
the
take the lead?
navigator.
Yeah, cool. You can roll with advantage then, bud.
Survival.
Of course, yep. Yeah.
Advantage. Survival.
Hey!
Nice.
So it's probably the
Right.
fact that you're carrying a shield and a stag's head that's probably made it easier for Vanger's, input.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense. The 25. But yep,
He's probably weighed down a little by that, I have to imagine.
yeah, probably a bit
Just a
awkward. Like heavy fucking stag's head that it is. Yeah, so he's carried on for like the better part of like a day through the kind of very precarious kind of steps here that are like, and by steps I kind of mean like, you know, loosely plateaued parts of the side of the mountain. As I'd said before, I think it was Vanger that had noticed that Vanger had noticed that there was a lot of like, clearly this had been carved, but subtly enough.
Yeah, there was stuff that seemed. Shit, it seemed. What word am I forgetting, Ryan?
I don't know.
It was
Well-worn?
reminiscent of like the temple, right? Was there not something that gave me the impression of? No, I felt like there was almost like I'm confusing that. I felt almost like there was a path worn,
Yeah,
not
that's right.
super visibly, not like an ostensible thing. It was maybe just a sort of natural wear and tear. It
Mhm.
wasn't super visible. Maybe it was something that was deliberately disguised.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a lot of people could be forgiven if they just thought this was like, oh, this is just natural formation, but you can tell that this is like, this is repeat use that has made this functional this way. It is essentially, you know, making your journey easier, which implies it's deliberate for this.
Yeah.
As well, with like your dwarven eye for stone. Probably something dwarves
Yes,
have done for
but-
like, you know, secret entrances and such up mountainsides and various other things, right?
It makes us agree, like I've said, right? If you live in a heavily stone-based environment, you're going to have a better eye for that sort of thing.
Stone eye for the dwarven guy or something like that. Yeah, makes sense. So you've noticed that, as I said, you head through. Can everybody tell me or just type it into Roll20 actually, your passive perceptions for all this as well? That'd be handy, please.
Feel attacked.
My passive, I think, is 13?
Hear it? I can hear it.
13. Is there a button I can make to make my passive go in, or do I just have to
I
type
think you
it like
just need to type it like a scrub, I think.
some sort of fucking...
Uh-huh.
Where is it?
Okay.
Where was
Under your skill list, it should be listed as in its own little box. It'll say passive brackets wisdom, close brackets perception.
Hey, while we're typing this, can I ask a question about? It's a bit meta.
You could just
though,
have
if
asked
it's
the
not.
question and not asked for permission for the question, right?
Well, my next question then is: you were saying we were traveling for a day or so. Did you
Yeah.
say like
Uh-huh.
a good part of a day? How far away were these rock giants when we saw them?
Within
Within
100
100
feet.
meters.
Yeah, 100 feet. Yeah.
100 feet, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just
I like that Conrad had the exact same, like, well, it was definitely within 100 feet, yep. Based on
Yeah,
how your
exactly.
tattoo works.
Right, I'm the only one that hasn't typed anything because I can't find it.
So, say
Oh,
you're...
there, sorry.
Got it?
Got it.
Perfect. Excellent. Good. Yeah. So, for the most part, as you've been continuing on, there seems to be like no sign of these people, right? The people that were watching before. So either you've passed through their specific territory, or yeah, you just can't spot them, right? But you haven't naturally noticed them as you've been like heading, and you've probably been walking for like, I can't remember what time it was when you first noticed them because time is so irrelevant. So it is probably like at least maybe the better part of like, I don't know, like 10 hours later. So these are getting to the point where maybe like a rest and or food and the usual is maybe due. So what's the plans? Because keep in mind, you can skip taking rests, but it does mean that you risk things like exhaustion.
We don't want that.
No, you really
Makes
don't.
sense.
Actually, it's quite horrendous if it stacks.
Yeah.
To give you an example of exhaustion, it should be in the middle of your character sheet, Thodun.
That's
See if you take it up to 6. And read the effects list.
2 feet, foot, 5, 6. Disadvantage on ability checks, speed half, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws, hit points maximum half, speed reduced to 0, and death.
There you go. That's like the different levels of exhaustion. Can you see why they're bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you find that?
You
Do I
type.
have that in mind?
You should do. Let me look at your character sheet.
It's funny when you start clicking the button to go up, the no effect thing stays until you click out the actual box.
It does because
So
it
I'm
doesn't
like,
update until you click out.
no
Yeah.
effect.
Uh-huh.
And then, oh, look, all the effects started climbing.
Your tracker wasn't turned on. That was all, Tom. So there you go.
Oh.
Now it's there. So see the under your death saves box. You've got it now.
Yeah, I see it.
And if I tick that up to 1 and click out of it, it says the first level. And if I just bump it all the way up to 6, it tells you all the levels.
Okay, cool. Okay.
6 the highest it goes.
Can you put it back
I
to 0, please?
don't have that either. Where do you find that?
It's okay, I'll pop it on yours as well. 2 seconds. So it'll be in. Yeah, yours isn't on either. So it's in the cog, and then we go down to the bottom of the far right column, and then it's a couple of bottom up from the bottom. Turn that on, and then click back to core, and then it should be under your death saves in the middle of your sheet. Exhaustion level.
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
In there. So as you can see, that is something you can do. Obviously, things can exhaust you. Just traveling in general actually can exhaust you, and environmental conditions can exhaust you, and certain spell effects and various other things can affect you. Eating the wrong thing, blah blah blah. So yeah, but it is always an option to push on through needing, like, to take a nap for the night, and that you just do have the option, just to try and save on time. But it's up to you. But as I said, you've lost track of all the people that were clearly watching you from before. And again, it could easily be that they just aren't following you, or they're better at hiding. Keep in mind, as GM, I have to give you both options.
Yeah.
I just check something quickly.
Yeah. What would you like
Let's see
to
if
do?
my Hulk's got passive perception.
It probably doesn't, because it might actually, now that I think about it, but it would need to be out and flying around for that, right?
It actually does. It's 14.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, a lot of the things with good perception generally do actually get a passive on their NPC card. So yeah. So, what's the plan?
I think we should take a short break at least.
Yeah, if we need to rest, I think we should rest.
No, when I say rest, I mean you're at this stage where you might want to be like bedding down for the night. Levels of rest, like you've done your day of travel, so now it's sleepy time. That's why I'm bringing up exhaustion commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, suppose we should make some sort of improvised camp first, rather than just go to bed in a rocky area.
I mean, I'm not gonna judge. Just depends. What the party's thoughts are. If you feel comfortable enough, resting here.
With my passive perception, I think everything's fine.
Keep in mind, not
Yeah.
knowing where they are. So having been told that there were people watching you and then losing track of them doesn't necessarily mean you're just immediately comforted by that fact, right?
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
you've got
of
object
course.
permanence issues like Fleabite might have.
And many, many head injuries.
Yes. So yeah.
So we're looking for a rocky outcrop that is defensible. Defensible.
Mm.
To find something like that, what would we have to roll against?
I would say survival would be rolling.
Right. So you're
Level?
looking. So you're looking for what, like the mouth of a cave or something, just to like have something shallow that you can like put your backs against.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say
Yes,
survival would be a good enough one, right? I think it's like a
It would need
D12.
to be a cave, just something that provide a bit of shelter and a bit of like a defensible position in terms of like maybe not having exposure. Even just a groove in the road or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
A Corey.
I mean, I can make one.
yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah, you
Also
probably could.
I'm also going to say I'm happy to go with what everyone says, but I really don't think we should be rested, and I feel like we should go on.
It's
But
all right. Well, why don't you say that then? As
I don't
everyone
think
is
we should rest. Yeah, Yeah, like if we were RPing this, I think if everyone was starting to kind of set up some sort of cap, I think Eldris would say something like, "Is this really the best idea?" Because we know there is something or someone around here.
Would you rather face them in the dark in their territory?
I would rather move forward rather than corner ourselves in some sort of cave.
Have we? Well, hold on. We haven't actually rolled to find
You
anything
haven't done.
yet.
No,
That's-
you
yeah,
have just
no.
stopped to say we should rest for the
Yeah,
night.
maybe talked about it. Well,
Well-
you'll have to stop in a cave, but
I think it would like you would, I would say that we'd probably move on rather than sitting out here like ducks.
What's a duck?
A duck. It's like a duck's a thing in this. What's the equivalent of a duck in this universe?
probably not.
Probably a duck, but yeah, I don't think D&D
Ducks
is
need
really
to
so.
sit around in the road.
I have stats for a duck, please.
No. That's the
Okay.
answer.
But you know, if obviously I'm outnumbered on this, like I'm happy to set up camp and rest for the night.
How could they possibly outnumber you? You're the guardian of the fucking forest.
I don't
Also-
think we're in the forest anymore, Toto.
There you go, folks. I did check.
Ducks don't exist. No.
They did. Give me a minute.
I feel like this is more about ducks than the scene. So, is there anything about the scene you want to throw in, Thodun? Being the Sherpa
Yes.
and thus, survival
A
leader.
duck.
Okay. Wow, 3.5 duck.
3.5 duck.
So they did.
Many versions ago, yeah. You got
I'm
low
sure
light
they
vision,
still
look
do.
at them. And no direction, that's awesome. And whatever off a duck's back is a special quality. Interesting.
The feats it has is improved initiative and weapon finesse.
Gotta love it.
Yep.
Well, if we march on, we'll be still pretty much no ducks. Or
At this stage, we've been marching for 10 hours. We can use a short rest, enough that we can gather our thoughts, get our energy back, and press on.
Okay.
Okay. So, MD in the party, any input beyond Thodun and Eltris on the sitting for about an hour and then making a decision then?
I think we probably would be as well bedded down if we're going to stop. It's been a long march, and let's keep an eye out for somewhere suitable.
If watchers are to take issue with us waiting here, then they likely take issue if we stay here some time or long time. Might as stay long time then.
Makes
I think I
sense.
see what he means.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Emphasis on
Anyone
rock.
have a gold piece?
Do you not have any gold on you? Or any money on you?
I do. 40 gold.
I just like that you're
Show
asking
off.
somebody else for it, yeah.
Rock, paper,
Using
scissors.
my own.
Also use mage hand.
Mm.
Are we doing lizard Spock or just rock, paper, scissors?
If you want to do something like rock, paper, scissors, you can do rolling a d3 with rock, paper, and scissors being 1, 2, 3.
That works.
Legit. So who's rolling against who? Is it Fleabite rolling against Thodun? Is that what's happening, or?
Also, sorry, Vanger and Thodun want to continue.
No,
No, Vanger
No,
wants to.
sorry.
Like,
I
if
said
you're-
the opposite.
yeah, he says if
Sorry,
we're gonna
sorry,
bother resting
Eltrist.
for any time, we
Eltrist.
may as well.
Yeah.
Eltrist is easy, Ozzy. That's what he said.
Yeah, I've already agreed to cap here. Like,
You're the one
I
that
brought
brought up
you
the
back.
fact that you wanted to move on.
You don't have to
the
give
rock,
up
paper,
the fight.
scissors was for a long rest and a short rest. I thought was that not what's happening because Fleabite wants to do a long rest.
Oh,
No.
was that
Fleabite just said there's no point debating whether we wait for short time or long time. We may as
Yeah.
well do long time.
that's
if the-
sort of what I took it from.
Yeah,
Oh, I
if
thought it
something.
meant-
No, it means
If
if
they
something.
don't want us to tarry here, they're not going to care if it's for 2 hours rather than 8.
Mhm.
If it's like get out of here, they're like, oh, don't worry, I'm only going to be here for a couple of hours longer than you want me to be. You know, it's like
Mhm.
I see where he's coming from.
Yeah, that's what I took from it, at least. So, Fleabite's happy to take a long rest here. Vanger's happy to take a long rest here. Eltrist is
not
happy
this
to take a
second,
long
you
rest
wanna find
here.
some stuff.
Thodun wouldn't mind like taking a short rest and pushing on. Kildrath, any input for the party?
I'm happy. I'm happy to take a long rest here.
What does Kildrath say in universe to the party members? Who does he address? Does he address Thodun? Does he address Vanger? Does he address Eltrist? Fleabite? Just talk to his hawk.
I turn around and I say to them all, if we stop here, I can make a good breakfast in the morning. And we can set out fresh.
That does sound pleasant.
Yes, yes. Break the fast into many pieces. Yes.
Can I attempt to roll a wee survival check to see if I can find somewhere a bit more suitable?
Can I assist?
Sure, why not? Yeah. And roll with advantage.
Guidance.
It's not a good roll, I'll be honest, guys. It's been pretty bad roll. I've failed you all.
Mhm.
No, get that one out of the way. We might need a better one.
We did say that Cindy was assisting you, though, Vanger. So.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I'll roll again.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I did say I'd assist.
Well, it's marginally better.
Yeah, I did say it was a DC 12. So you find somewhere that's like, maybe not ideal, but it's like a slightly overhung a bit of rock, I guess. So it provides maybe a bit of shelter if there was rain going a certain direction, but if it was straight down, it wouldn't really provide you as much shelter.
Yeah. This is better than nothing.
Mhm. But it is probably better than just camping in the middle of like the path that you were using. So even if not by much. Yeah.
I will take first watch if need be, if you all want to knuckle down.
I'll happily take second then.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
It's okay for everybody. I'll take last again so I can prepare breakfast in the morning again.
I'll
Fine,
happily
please.
take third.
Cool. Fleabite doesn't have a choice.
Kick Fleabite awake when he's ready. Yeah.
Do we trust Fleabite to actually take the shift he's given?
I mean,
I'll go
pretty
chase the button
much.
cheese.
Oh dear. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine, right?
You're the GM, you tell us.
Dear God, that's the only thing. So, I saw a particular movie recently. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Strawberryos, I think that is. Thank you. And yeah, I saw that particular movie, and Weasel, the character, just made me think of.
Fleabite.
Yeah.
What is that movie? Like, what is even happening there?
Suicide Squad.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of Fleabite labels in that movie. Not gonna lie, it's very pro Fleabite. I feel like
I think I'm
Alexander
gonna
made the
go and
movie.
see it this week now.
Should. It's good.
First one or the second one?
The second one, and it's technically the Suicide Squad. I suppose it's Suicide Squad because it's not really a sequel and it's not really a reboot.
It's a soft reboot.
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
it's not
Yeah,
an
100%.
explicit reboot, but it basically is.
It's another movie that doesn't necessarily care about what happened in the first movie. Yeah. That's what it is. Because I think James Gunn's exact response to it when somebody was asking him, is this a reboot or is this a reboot or a sequel? And he goes, it just is what it is. I was like, good enough, right? Good enough. But I saw it, I enjoyed it, and Weasel was in it. Moving on. I also think Weasel was mocapped by James Gunn's brother, is it?
Oh,
More cap, more problems.
Was it
as they
Steve Gunn
say.
is his name, or is it something else? Can't remember
that
his brother's
sounds
name.
right.
Sean Gunn.
Is it Sean Gunn? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Gunn, that's
He's
it.
for Gilmore Girls with
Yeah.
Milo Ventimiglia.
Well, at least.
And we're back to
Yeah,
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Remember the notes you were asking about earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Milo did make it into my my collection of gifts because of Tom. So there we go. We got him into the
Oh,
favourites
sorry, I'm
now.
pretty sure I have private messages with you as well, though it just has pictures of Milo somewhere. I think it's maybe on Discord somewhere. Yeah. Ah.
Look at that. Look at him go.
Just
So-
looking for me still. Oh,
Yeah. Was it Sean Gunn? Was that his name? Yeah. That'll be it.
yeah,
Yeah,
Sean
no.
Gunn, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sean
that
Gunn is
I
in the
know
film,
that guy.
but it's not. He doesn't do the movie.
No. All right. Okay.
That's isn't that Jess from?
Yep.
Yeah, Jess from Gilmore Girls.
It is. Yeah. What the hell else is he in? I don't remember ever seeing him in anything else.
Heroes.
Yeah, he was like the main character in Heroes.
I have completely deleted that from my mind.
That's
But
fair.
on the other hand, Heroes was pretty bad. So
It was.
He was also in the
okay.
Rocky film.
Was he?
Yeah, he's Rocky's son.
I have not seen any.
Was that like Pebble or? Like,
You know,
what?
Zachary
Ah,
Thingy was
Quinto.
good. Yeah, Quinto. was
Yeah.
good in that.
Okay. So anyway, back to the camp.
Yes.
Did doing anything in particular? Other than just setting
Camping
up watch
poorly,
and sleep?
apparently.
Yeah.
Making a fire, maybe. Or
It does say
something like
he did play Weasel, by the way. Sean Gunn played Weasel, apparently, but
that. Nice.
apparently didn't do
Okay.
the mocap.
It says he plays another character as well, so I guess he does.
He does a lot of that. Like, see what that is. It Andy Serkis does with
Mhm.
like the CGI stuff.
That's
He does a
what
lot of that. 'Cause,
that's
he
mocap,
does
yeah.
Rocket Raccoon, doesn't he, as well? For Guardians.
Does he? Interesting. I didn't know
Yeah.
he did that. So obviously I know it's
Yes.
thingy Bradley Cooper that voices him.
Sean Gunn does all the stuff, and it's really weird seeing the behind the scenes stuff because it's just him in the wee green suit, and it's like Chris Pratt like clapping him and all this, and it's just like so weird. But yeah,
To be fair, who wouldn't pet Sean Gunn, right? If they met him.
yeah, exactly.
Probably sick of it, to be fair. Alright, anyway, back in this game. So, yeah. Thodun, you've got first watch, I guess, while everybody like turns in for the night, if nobody's doing anything
Yeah.
in particular, so what's
Yeah.
the plan? What are you getting up to
I
in
think
your
I
watch?
smell some bagpipes. I'm kidding.
Yeah, like the camera like clicks all the way down into Evershade, and it's just people like pulling their coats around them with the big like the wailing from the mountain hitting them, going, "Oh, well, omens." Yep. A foul wind blows. Mhm. So I guess no bagpipes.
No bagpipes, no,
Okay, yeah,
no.
fair.
Just screaming.
Just
Screaming for hours on end.
Yep. The screaming of a restful sleep. Yep. Goliath lullabies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Do you want to give me a perception check then if you're going to be keeping watch? I guess it's probably worthwhile.
2
doing.
seconds, I just backed out of the thing by accident.
Full of a joke.
No, I've got 2 buttons inside of my mouse and I accidentally clicked the one to go back.
I've got 2 buttons and
I hate that it's like the default
Time.
setting for like the mouse buttons as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
I hate it. No,
Mhm.
who, why
Who needs that?
did I could just
It's
tell it.
useful, don't get me wrong, it is useful when I need it. When I don't need it and do it, it's not good.
I've never needed
Yeah.
it. That's my only thing.
Perception.
Yes, please. Yes.
Perception.
I don't even see the wall in front of me.
It's because the wall's behind you. You've got your back to the wall. That's why.
Yep.
No, it just means that your watch passes. You know, without
Yep.
incident, which is nice.
That you're aware of.
Anything can happen. Tiles God could have just been murdered and like,
Yep. Oh dear.
I don't know.
I wonder where they went.
So yeah. I guess we move on to Vanguard's watch then. Yeah.
Yes, and now my watch is begun. Oh, I did a clever
Enjoy, brother.
version.
Have you got anything you want to do on your downtime?
General druidy shit, you know.
Okay.
Upkeep of his various bags and what have you. Something that he can do while paying enough attention to his environment. Nothing too taxing. Maybe some light humming.
Okay.
A
Maybe a
bagpipe if you want it.
no.
Oh,
I go to sleep, just bagpipe.
Oh dear. Okay.
I'm humming, but you can't. It doesn't carry over the mic.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Wow. Do you want me to roll for humming?
No,
A performance.
I don't.
I'm
want
not
to go
performing
for
for anyone though.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, I think during the last stint of your watch, you can give me a perception roll.
Yes, certainly. Oh no! Listen,
Yeah.
it's very dark now. Even though I have night vision. Just
Like a
Yeah.
meg trip.
It's good, right? So you've got.
when I say I can pay attention to my surroundings while doing it, that doesn't necessarily mean
it just
that I
means whatever you
successfully-
have like brewed has obviously got your attention more than
Or dulled your senses a little.
Ah.
your love of the halfling leaf
Mhm.
has literally dulled your senses. Yeah. Man. So yep, that's fine. Yeah, you without incident, Vanger.
Okay,
Without
I'll
incident.
accept that.
Seems to be a good outcome.
It's not bad so far, right? Fleabite's next, I think, right? Or is it Eltris? It's Eltris next.
Eltris.
And we're dead.
20 stag
Wow.
heads hit him. Like,
Just fell asleep in a stag head and gold myself on it.
I mean, if it's anything else, I think I've got the highest perception in the team, though, don't I?
I think
Like,
so, yeah. I think you're pretty good
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
it.
you do. You do.
It's your elven
Yeah.
eyes, you see.
What do your knife ears here?
So, Eltris, it's your watch.
Hello.
Anything in particular you want to get up to during your downtime? Or
No, not particularly. I think during the time he'd probably just kind of like stand there or sit there, just kind of looking at his hands, flipping them like back and forward, if that makes sense. Like looking at his palms and looking at the back of his hands. But
yeah, give me a con save.
oh god, what a
You
set.
shouldn't have said that.
Boom.
Pro game.
Your up to your elbows are green now. And like your actual like hands are almost like so dark green it's almost black.
Okay. So here's a question about mechanics.
I dodge
why
it.
is that a constitution save?
Because it's your body that's being affected.
Ah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
No, I just wondered in general. I just wondered.
Mhm.
Just to know how that worked. Awesome. Okay. Well, I think in that case, then not only would it be looking at his hands, it'd be also looking at his forearms all the way up to his elbows, and looking at the front of the back of them.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think that's it. Like, I don't think Eltris would really do anything else. You know, like I think obviously the last time he tried to attune with the sword and stuff. So yeah, I think he would just be kind of looking out into the distance and every so often checking up on his arms.
Yeah, no, it just seems to be like in the last day or so almost it seems like it's accelerated the further away from the forest you've got. Since obviously
skulls, yo.
seems like it took a while obviously for like the fingernails staining to like even like go any further, but then this is obviously quite a significant jump. It could either be the distance from the forest, the embracing of the gift, who knows, right? Who can say?
You could say, maybe.
No, I don't think I could. But yeah, okay. So would you say you're more intrigued with your arms than your surroundings, or not? It's not a loaded question at all.
I'd say
With advantage or with disadvantage?
I'd like to say no, so that I could be like, oh no, I'm definitely watching ahead. But no, Elvis probably would be like. Let's all be honest. Yeah, it'd probably be more like because there'd be somewhat of fear, wouldn't there? Like his arms are going green. He's turning into Shrek by like the minute. So yeah, I think he'd probably be more interested in his arms and stuff than paying full attention to what's out there, if anything.
I was gonna say yeah, if anything, you mean yeah.
Yeah.
By night one day, by day another.
Oh dear. Yeah. So, yep, you go to wake up Fleabite then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gently, I'd imagine.
Yeah. You don't notice anything in the night. Yep. Passes without incident. How'd that go?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it says like your watch passed without incident.
Okay.
Mostly because you did very little watching, so yeah. It's good.
Okay, fair play. Okay.
So you go and wake up Fleabite?
Yeah, I'd go wake up Fleabite, yeah.
How'd that go?
You want me to do this in character, yeah.
Of course
I
I do.
think I'd probably not like kick him, but probably kind of like move him a little bit with my foot, and I'd probably just kind of say to him and do my whole kind of Fleabite. You're up. Kind of shake him with my foot a little bit.
We might have an Alexander, we might not. Really depends, partly.
Still asleep.
I think
Mm.
Fleabite probably wakes up like just before you touch him, and then as you
Probably safe with
move
how
him.
my body's done.
Would that be fair to say from the thing, Ryan?
From what thing?
That Adair.
Yeah, sure.
And then looks very like the GIF, just sort of trying to wake up. But probably just sort of look annoyed at Elchis and be like, really, you couldn't just take another hour? Jeez. Probably say, you see much out in outer darkness?
As a thought.
No, nothing that caught my eye.
Best keep sleep then. I think Fleabite will go over to with a. I presume we had a fireplace.
I assume you set a fire to try and keep warm.
Prod it.
It was said, yes.
Yep, and also just to light the fact that I don't think Thodun can see in the dark, so...
Yeah. And
Maybe I like the dark.
Maybe you do! It would explain the 5 perception roll, to be fair.
Yep.
Fleabite probably starts brewing some tea.
Okay, yeah. Fair. Anything else you actually want to get up to on your downtime?
Probably brew some tea and then had a good belful continue etching on the Jezebel.
Anything in particular? You're...
We bite art.
Just picture of a rudimentary rat face saying "great" next to it.
FB was here.
It's just a bite mark. Was here. Okay, yeah. And are you saying you're going to be a bit more focused on your tasks than the watch itself?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And your watch passes without instant, buddy?
And temptation just to ring the bell to wake up.
Scream.
I think I would like put the bell really close to his ear and then just like tap it slightly with.
To be fair, after living in the monastery, it's probably how I woke up anyway.
Yeah, that big,
Big
bell
bell
outside. Yeah.
in this. Yeah, exactly. So
Oh dear.
Time, wake up! You must break fast.
thank you for no, back to sleep.
Fast, too big.
Yes, thank you. But it won't be long.
Not long, and don't get surprise sneak. And just go into his little, like take out his cushion and move it to a nice comfy bit.
Sure. A nice comfy bit.
Mhm.
Yeah. Right.
King
Keldras.
size automatic, king size duty.
Ryan, your camera's
So-
off on your stream as well, by the way. Just
Duh.
Oh, it has.
Stealth mode.
Stethel.
Wonder why that is. Yeah. Maybe that dodgy USB port.
Refresh.
It won't be that. It's me. There we go. I should be back. Let's see if my audio's working.
I didn't expect.
It's
But I
good.
thought I'd do it anyway. Just out of solidarity.
Thank you. Should be as fine. Whew. All good, Alexander?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting.
No, I appreciate you letting me know because I didn't notice immediately there. So, who knows how long people couldn't see my face?
It wasn't long 'cause I'd been on it a couple minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah. So Keldras. You take
The
your
first thing I'm
watch.
going to do is I'm going to use my little tattoo,
Mhm.
and I'm going to drag my hawk back out and release my hawk into the air.
Yeah.
And it's going to do some traveling around the area, making sure we're not. See if we can see anything.
Reconnaissance.
Mhm.
Reconnaissance. That's the word I was looking for. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Bad time when your son tells you about.
And are you gonna go and focus on the hawk, or what? Like so you can look through its eyes type vibe?
No, I'm just going to release that to go, and if it's telepathically, I'm going to instruct it to, again, look for anything untoward or unusual and report back to me telepathically. And then while it's out searching the 100 feet area, I'm going to start breakfast.
No problemo. Give me 2 wee seconds then. I need to try and work out exactly how much these things can talk. Let's see.
Third person.
Yeah, no, it's because it's a magical creation though. It functions differently than just like say having a pet bird. Because it says here, while your familiar is within 100 feet, you can communicate with it telepathically. Additionally, as an action, you can see through its eyes. Blah 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 blah. But under the actual stats for the thing, it doesn't have languages. So it's like, I guess you can give it instructions, but it can't do much to you, other than maybe like bob its head to indicate like yes and no, or perhaps
Okay.
push a button, for once for yes, twice for no, Captain Pike style. So,
I'm going to retract everything I just said there for a couple of seconds as it flies around. I am going to go into a meditative state and see through its eyes then.
It's probably an easier way to get info about what's about, to be
Yeah.
honest, a bit more
Yeah.
direct. Right, so you can toggle advantage because this thing gets advantage, remember? Does it have low light vision actually? Because it is nighttime, right? Okay, so it's just going to be a normal roll, right? No advantage for it, just a normal roll. And it can make its perception check.
Opening up just now.
No worries.
Character sheet. Perception.
Okay, so it is the 6 that we take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Just toggle it back to being its normal rolls. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, you go up, you meditate through it, and yeah, there's very little that it spots in the surrounding area, but again, it is kind of hard to see. Another question I've got actually for Find Familiar. Do you keep your senses when you're looking through its eyes, or do you lose your senses? I feel like you lose your senses, right? You don't get to double up. Because you can see in the dark, right, Kildrath? The Dragonborn get like dark vision? If you did it in your features like list, it would be called dark vision. And you know that? Yeah. Have a quick look at your character sheet. Where are we here? I don't see it yet. No. Okay, so we got 2 people that can't see in the dark. That's interesting.
How unusual.
It is a bit, isn't it? It's actually quite uncommon. That's okay. It just saves me having to work out the answer to this question, which is good. Because if it doesn't have dark vision, it wouldn't affect the familiar anyway. But I think the... yeah, because it says you're deaf and blind with regards to your own senses. You gain the benefits of any special senses the familiar has, and I feel like they kind of contradict themselves in the context of the question I asked. But that's fine. I don't need to really work that out. If you don't have dark vision, it wouldn't transfer anyway. So, okay. So yeah, I feel
like dark vision. Sorry.
It says the one of the party that definitely has it. So yeah, you've got a...
yeah, what a nerd.
You've got a role coming up as well for your chef-related activities as well, I believe. So what instance of chefery are you trying to do? Kildrath.
Yeah, I'm gonna... So after we decided on this, after a long rest, which we're having just now, I can create a meal for everybody.
It's like the cookie things,
Is
right?
that right?
As I've been calling them. It's not specifically called cookies, but yeah. So if you want to
No, that's after a short rest.
No, so the short rest one's the one where you can make the everybody gets extra hit dice one, right? Let me pop it back in.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, and you want to make the ones that are like, let's have these for the day, right?
Yes.
The bonus hit points one, so it's the bottom part, right?
Yeah.
You want to do
bobbies.
So with 1 hour of work, or when you finish a long rest, that one, you can cook a number of treats equal, and because it's called treats, I've called it cookies. Each it can be whatever the hell you want it to be though. Equal to your proficiency bonus. These special treats last 8 hours after being made. A creature can use a bonus action to eat one and gain temporary HP. I assume that's the one you want to do, not the one above it, which is the one that is as part of a short rest. You can help people heal.
Yeah, well, we don't need that one at the present.
Exactly, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is fine. What is your proficiency bonus number again? It's at the very top under the dragon.
Oh.
Or under the
Bonus
inspiration.
3.
3. So you can make 3 of those, right? For that. Who are you issuing them to? As people are starting to wake up, as the light is obviously breaking in the day.
Very good question.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
And I can, like, if you want to just give me a roll for your chef stuff as well, you can just obviously have made breakfast in addition to that, right? Like, I don't mind if you want to have done that. We can mark off another ration of the the stag meat in addition, so.
So, chef.
So it'll be under your, yep. So we're going to go back to the other side of the character sheet, and it'll be under your passive, there'll be your chef's utensils, or whatever it's called, cooking utensils. Roll that with, like, again, intelligence or wisdom, and then I'm going to assume you're going to pick wisdom. Yeah, it does. It hides. Yep. I figured you would. Okay, so yeah, it's not a great breakfast, right? But it's still serviceable.
Yep.
And mark off for use of the, what do you call it? The stag. Yeah.
Stag.
Yeah.
Coffee use of the stag. That's a horrible fucking sentence, isn't it?
And yet, it's accurate. Oh dear. So yeah, what's every day like in the following morning then?
Up and at 'em,
Probably
ready to go.
pretty tired.
Obviously, Caldrath, there was nothing untoward that happened during the night.
Never seen a thing.
Yeah, as far as you can tell. Yep.
Yes. Nothing in the near vicinity for 100 feet, any direction, according to my hawk. But you didn't see the roll, so that's all good.
Yeah, and then who are you handing out some treats to? Are you keeping one for yourself?
I'm gonna dish them out to the ones that have taken the most damage in the last couple of battles.
So just giving all three to Eltris, yeah.
Yes, open an Eltris. Yeah.
That's just a fact. You have taken the most.
Yeah, I know.
I think maybe Thodun's next after that.
Yeah, I nearly died. Like, same boat.
Yep.
And for some reason, I have a sneaky feeling that I need to give one to Flea Bite as well at the present time. I've got no idea why, but there's a niggly little thing there that should be.
Alexander, are you laughing because you're going to just eat it straight away? Because that's why I was laughing.
I mean, that was pretty much I was thinking, like, Fleabite wakes up and immediately just pads over to Keldrath and waits, staring.
But this is the thing. If he does do that, he gets bonus health points straight away, doesn't he? Is that what that says?
Yeah, that's all it means, yeah. Yep,
So
yep.
you can do that and it would last for 8 hours, I suppose.
The meal lasts for hours.
Does.
I need to work out how long bonus health works out. I don't actually know the temp HP. I don't know the actual answer to that. I don't know if there is a cutoff or if it's just within.
Yes. So it does cut. Normal bonus HP, you lose it on a short or long rest.
Let's see.
So, like, that's why I've lost all the ones I've gotten.
Where's that written? So I can read it. Is there somewhere that exists in a readable format? Let's see. Where does it last? Okay, so they last until they're depleted or you finish a long rest. That seems easy enough to understand, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
It's reasonable.
So Fleabite stuffs us down and he gets a bit off.
Right, well the number is your... Actually no, sorry, like where are we here? Equal to proficiency bonus, it's equal to...
Yes,
so it'll be 3, right? Or your proficiency bonus? Yeah, it'll be 3.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought those would be different for some reason. My brain had a moment of madness there. I suppose in some games there'll be different levels, I guess.
Like, I do always forget because some of us are multi-class, but that doesn't actually change it.
No, it doesn't. It's because it's character level, not class level. It's based on, which is nice and easy to track. Okay, yeah. So Fleabite just scoffs this straight away. You can add 3 temp HP on Fleabite.
I honestly, why are you even that excited? You know you're gonna get some temp HP as soon as there's a fight, anyways.
Is 4 not the max you get?
What, for a Fleabite? No. Like,
Yeah.
3 will be the max he's got, right?
3.
Yeah, and it's from that cookie.
Then he's not going to get any extra.
No. But if he loses them, he can add things to him so long as things die near him. Which is grim.
Yeah. He's got to kill it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I have to finish it off.
Yeah, he is quite good at getting the last hits and things, though.
He's very good at it. That's why I made the comment.
Yeah.
To be honest, once I get hit points, temporary hit points, statistically I become invincible because I never lose them to being hit. I always just overwrite them or take the
You're
rest.
right.
Yep.
No, yeah.
It's more of that I take all the damage.
Okay. So, yeah. Any plans or post-camping admin that we need to deal with? Like, for example, spell list changing? Or, yep, go for it, Eltris.
Well, I was going to ask, I'm just looking, obviously we just had a long rest. Hit dice, is it on a long rest so you get half those back? Because I'm saying 5 out of 8, so I can break that up to 8, you get half back anyway, don't you?
Yeah.
Cool, right, that was all.
That's the same for everybody else as well with hit dice, by the way. So you get half of your maximum back.
Right, somebody's going to have to go over hit dice with me.
Yep,
What
that's
is-
okay. So if we look at your character sheet, right? Remember we're talking about how on a short rest you can spend hit dice. Hit dice let you heal. It's like your natural ability to heal. So if you look above the exhaustion box and then the death save box above that, you've got hit dice. So you have 8d8, right? Which means if you took damage and then you took a short rest, you could roll up to 8 of those and heal the amount you roll back. But you don't get these dice back, they don't recharge until you've done a long rest, and you only get half of them back on a long rest. Right, half your maximum.
Got you.
So, it's a bit of a weird bit of maths, but can you now see why your chef thing ties into that? Right, so
Yeah,
the short rest part, not the cookie one, but the one above
yeah.
it. When people are taking a short rest and spending hit dice, you can give them a meal that lets them get an extra d8 for free because of the meal.
I'm feeling. Yeah.
Which is nice. It's really nice. Because stack that with some other people's powers and basically you get loads of free healing, which is kind of nice. That's why chefs
Without having to use the dice. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So it is good. It's good for like being able to push on in situations. So that's what those are. Also, you can choose to spend them individually. You don't have to go, I'll spend 2 and then that's it. It's, I'll spend 1, see how I go. I'll spend a second one, see how I go. Spend a third one, see how I go. You can do it like... It's one of the nicer rules of D&D, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay. So, anyone else doing any other post-camp admin with their characters in their downtime before setting off for the rest of the day?
Picking up
I'm going to put out the fire and clear it all up.
Yeah.
So there's nothing left.
Okay, yeah, that's
I
good.
was thinking adding Sleepstorm back to the list, but I'll change my mind.
You changed your mind, yeah? So you don't want Sleepstorm?
Yeah.
No, okay.
No.
You're leaving your list as is?
Yeah. Is there any other spells I can get? Or just those what
All of the spells that exist are every cleric spell.
Right, okay.
Right? So you can get every cleric spell that you have a spell slot for.
Mm-hmm.
So your higher spell slot's what? Is it a 4?
Yeah.
So you can prepare any spell from obviously tier 1 to 4 magic. And you can prepare as many of them as your spellcasting rules let you. Which is like so many plus your wisdom modifier or whatever. Might be cleric level plus wisdom modifier, but you'd need to look that up to confirm just how many you get to prepare each time. And
One thing I need to keep looking at. I forget to look at it.
I know, and then your actual domain spells are always prepared. So they're always on your list, but they don't count against the number you get to prepare. They're just bonus, which are kind of nice. So yeah, as I said, that's why clerics are like super... The same with druids, right? They get the same exact spellcasting rules that way, where you can just prepare from the whole list in the book, which is nice. And there's quite a few from other books that I've collected as well, so you should have a fair whack of options, but you will need to like go into the compendium and look at the spell lists. And so long as it's of a level you can cast and says cleric and it doesn't say GM approval required, you're good. Because there's a set of spells that will start off by saying blah 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 roll 20, but then it'll go into make sure you ask your GM, and it's because one of the books just added it to every spellcaster, regardless of like suitability, and it's mostly wizard spells that they did that with. So there might be a bunch of gravity and time-based spells you think, oh, those sound cool. And it's like, yeah, no. And those aren't full clerics.
The graviturgy stuff from Wildman or
Wildermount,
or whatever it's called.
yeah, exactly. Kind of Dunamancy and the graviturgy or whatever the fuck they called it, yeah. So, yeah. Oh, it's cool though. Anyways.
Other than that, no, there's nothing I'm doing. Just,
Okay.
actually, no, I'm not gonna. No.
Okay, so leaving your spell list as is. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, so heading on, continuing on, who's doing the lead and who is helping and what's everybody else up to? So mostly that. That's the plan. I assume it's Thodun taking the lead.
If anybody else has an issue, I can.
Using your I'm assuming you're not gonna like try and like exhaust yourself by carrying your shield on your arm every day since you've now there's been nothing that has happened in like a day.
Yeah,
I'll
equip it.
Swing your stag back over your shoulder.
Yep.
Is anyone assisting you? I'll assist you if no one already is.
Okay, that's fine. You can assist and then roll. Survival. Hey. Rightio. And
Yes.
who else is doing anything else as you spend another day traveling? Because that's pretty much what you'll be doing, right? The plan.
I think Eltris probably just do this thing that it normally does when we're traveling somewhere. And I'd probably just be at the back of the group, just kind of
keeping edgy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Looking edgy.
So yeah, like as I said, like the more distance you put between yourselves and the forest, Eltris, yeah, the more you feel that kind of pull, that kind of like pit in your stomach, kind of like grow. Definitely like that kind of weird, like homesick kind of vibe that you're getting. Is it at the concern levels yet? You would share that with the party, or is that just a thing you're keeping to yourself? And is anybody else going to comment on this? Your arms are pretty exposed, right? Visually, I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Eltris doesn't wear like anything on top, does he? Like,
so it's going to be pretty damn obvious that your kind of like arms are like blackened from like the hands down up to the elbows, and then as it goes, it kind of tints lighter green closer to the elbows. So that's probably pretty obvious if somebody's looking to comment on something from the party, unless nobody cares and it's just fine. Because that's equally true if you don't.
I wouldn't say don't care, but it's sort of a known factor at this point, right? Like,
yeah.
Well, this is the thing. We don't know what the effects of him accepting this power is going to lead to. We don't know. We'd all probably be nudging each other, going, "What's next for him? Does he?" We just don't know what to expect.
True that, to be fair. So, Eltris, is it, yellow alert levels yet, or are you still happy to be like, no, I'm good?
I think, honestly, it was probably yellow alert. Do you remember when she first touched me? That was probably my first point. I was at yellow alert. But Amber alert.
That was an excellent joke. Sorry, I know it wasn't for everyone, but it was an excellent joke, and I want that to be acknowledged.
Okay, well, yes, you're Amber alert. Well done.
But yeah, I mean, like, it just like who was it that said? I think it was maybe Colin that just said. Obviously, it is kind of known fact. So I don't really know if I would say anything. Like, if that makes sense.
No,
like,
it makes sense. If you wouldn't bring it up, that's fine. Yeah.
Because, like, it's pretty obvious, and we spoke about it a few times already.
If he's not sure about it, right, there's no reason not to just bring it up in character for the sake of that. Like, I know that it might not be the most organic thing in the world, but ultimately, the actual outcome matters. So.
But I also don't really know what Eltris would really say about it, if I'm honest with you, like, because he kind of got all his questions answered by Cynthia, and like I kind of feel like in his head, like, since he accepted it, like, I don't think he would put two and two together about anything else. It'd just be like, oh well, this is what's meant to happen, so like let it just take its course type thing at the moment, like. Does that make sense?
Just to me, at least.
It's a stupid thing to think, but I genuinely think that that's how my boy Eltris would probably see
I
it. you know?
think let it take its course. It is your destiny is basically what my character would tell you if you did say to it. It was basically what he did tell you, isn't it?
It sure is, yeah. So I'd also kind of imagine that's probably in his head that obviously Vanguard has told him that. So, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to nudge Fleabite and I'm going to say, do we need to start planting him in the earth at night and watering him?
Probably look up and say, "Why water? He make blood himself, yes."
Yes.
Morbid fucks at Isa. Oh dear, so good. Yeah, okay. Vanger, you got a pretty damn good survival. Do you want to give me a perception check, please, buddy? You can do it with a advantage as well.
Perception.
Yeah.
Yeah. With advantage.
Yep.
That's
Hey!
a decent roll. That's a decent roll. I mean, it would have been a decent roll even if it wasn't.
Yep.
You know.
Yep, I got you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So, yeah, you're noticing more deliberate layouts to the stonework again.
Okay.
Again, from a glance though, it does just look like, again, a random kind of, almost like as if water has carved out this kind of mountain path over like years and years of erosion. But you can tell it's like, no, tools have worked here. They've just been clever with it.
Okay.
It's almost like they've used like water treatment to like hide the tool scoring, to make it look like it's been naturally formed, and you can definitely tell it's quite definitively hand carved, if you will, that way.
Yeah, there's no way he's not saying something about it then. I think he'll maybe, you know, like kneel down. Yeah, it's the kneel far, I know, and sort of run his hand over some of the stonework. Then raise himself up, like, hey, this path, this looks natural, but no, I'm sure it's not. You see these grooves? They've worn them down, but that's workmanship. That's an indication of tool use. This is a
You
road.
indicate someone is near then.
Well, someone's using this or had been. And it doesn't look like, you know, we're the first people passing through here in a long time or anything, does it? It just looks very empty.
Yeah, it looks very, very empty. It looks well worn enough that it's used a lot, though. So either it's been used a lot long ago, or it's used a lot and there's just nobody here for some reason.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, can't see how much of the wear and tear is with time, but it certainly is an indication that we might want to keep our eyes open. Not that we're not already, obviously. You know what I mean. There's certainly someone's using this quite deliberately. It's not incidental, and those someone's might still be around. Might be the giants. Might be what have you.
I think as you
Might
say that,
be-
I will pull out my warhammer
Okay.
and just
Right.
say, like, look, everybody just be wary. Just sort of like prep myself for it. Like for anything to come.
Can I go Hawkboy again, please? Mm.
Do we scout around? Yeah, totally. Do you
Yeah,
tell him do what you're
scout
doing, or
around.
do you just sit down and then just, like, you know, a bird appears from your shoulder and flies away?
I
Well,
am
that seemed that the bird was always there.
Yeah,
It's
no, it
just
can
up to
be.
me to
Like,
go into
yeah.
meditation for 8 hours to talk to it, or to look through its eyes. It would just be scouting
Keep
around.
in mind
and
though, like, see when you put it back in like the tattoo, it doesn't dismiss it entirely. You don't need to like go through the motions of spending like your once per whatever. It counts as like a pocket to store it in, and it's only when the thing like either gets dismissed or dies do you need to then summon it again, if that makes sense, right?
Or take a rest. Yeah.
Yeah, but like storing it in and out of the actual like pocket is fine. Like it will persist through that, if that makes sense.
Like a Pokeball
Basically,
on your arm.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is a nice spell for that reason. It's quite useful that way. But it's mostly it's a way
gentlemen,
of
give
you
me a few
hiding.
seconds.
Sorry, it's mostly like the reason why it works that way is because obviously if you're a wizard with like a pet cat for some reason, go into a fight, your cat can't do anything in combat, so it's to put it away somewhere that nobody can target it. That's why the pocket exists as part of the ritual. But anyway, sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So basically, I turn to the guys and I say, "Gentlemen, give me a few seconds, and I'll collect my hawk and have him have a little look around for us, just to see if we can see anything again."
Yeah. And it's daylight this time, so there's no darkness problems, so you can have the advantage back.
To advantage.
Hey, look at that. So
Still
Yeah.
see nothing.
there's a massive stone wall with what looks like very deliberate carvings in the shape of like a big sealed door up ahead. That's what you see.
Okay.
Kelbeth.
So that's within.
No, your
It's like
like your
100.
hawk can fly up, and it is the door is not within 100 feet, but your hawk is, and it can see further than
Right.
100 feet.
Yeah.
Remember, yeah. So,
Can I judge distance through my hawk's eyes? Would you?
I mean, up ahead
Give
is
us
good enough,
anything?
right? Like, I'm not gonna get measuring tools out.
Okay.
Probably it's easily within a day's travel. Yeah, easily. You know, because I think you can. I think D&D's rule of unaided sight is like 4 miles. I think you can apparently see unaided. So, yeah, I don't know what factors being a hawk 100 feet up help with, right? So yeah, I feel like it's definitely, give or take 4 or 5, maybe even 10 miles. Who knows? But it's not
Okay.
it's not further away than that. Definitely not. Yeah. Definitely a structure as opposed to anything naturally formed, right? Very starkly, obviously, like this is a big door, essentially, in the stone.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will come out of the trance and I will turn to the team and I'll say, up ahead, maybe 10, 15 miles, maybe more, maybe a little less. There is a stone structure with a massive door. There doesn't seem to be anything else between us and it, other than this pathway we're following.
Sounds like the right track. It might be Barris.
Hmm.
Interest. Well,
Let's press on. If you wish, we can go investigate.
yeah. Let's. Of course, this feels soon to be finding Paris, and
Do we know of any
Time will tell.
civilizations that lived here? Other than people from Barris, as if there were people from Barris. Could this be somewhere else then?
we've seen giants here on the mountain, and we did see some evidence that they've been relatively recent arrivals.
Hmm. So as always, press on with caution.
Seems like it. Okay, yeah. Anybody doing any precautionary things beyond just carrying on?
Looking warily around.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Possibly trying to smell anything similar to a Loxodon, I guess.
Okay, do you want to roll perception, I guess? I should really make you roll with disadvantage given how much you shove up his nose, but yeah.
Is Loxodon or Baruvian?
Baru is the term. Although
Yeah.
Baruvian sounds like a nice district, the Baruvian district.
They do nice beer.
Right?
It's
Sounds like,
very
yeah.
Marvel.
Empire, the Peruvian Empire.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're showing that sort of line.
Known for their beers, yep, and their fine districts.
Yep.
Amazing. You don't smell any Baru around Fleabite. Probably mostly
How are we spelling Baru?
Baru.
Is it Baru? Like Balu?
A bit like that, yeah. So it's Barru.
Yeah, alright, okay.
Yeah, I'll just type it. Baru.
Baru.
Baru. Baru. So yeah. So Flibbit, you're sniffing the air. Vanguard keeping edgy. Eltris, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. How about you? No, so I think I'd just do just honestly the same. Like same as normal, kind of at the back, making sure nothing's coming from behind us. Obviously, Eltris doesn't use like a shield or anything like that, you know. So he wouldn't really like. I mean, just kind of hand at the ready, like just in case he has to grab his sword. But apart from that, just kind of following on it back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm trying to find like a picture or something to kind of give you an idea of what like is in my head, but very little of what's in my head is.
I have a specific image in my head that I'm not mentioning because of, yeah.
Mario?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
So
Done.
that isn't quite. No, it's a bit too fancy for what I've got in my head.
I was thinking the exit of Moria.
Yeah, like a bit more like that. So something like this, but
That's
obviously,
probably meant we're at.
but like sealed, obviously. And I'll see if I can get the original image that I was looking at as well, and I'll paste that into.
See, it's going to sound really bad, but I had Cloud Ruler Temple in my head, like the doors to that.
Okay, no, not quite. That's too like. So that bottom one looks a bit too elven-y for my liking, obviously, but it's kind of like the fact that it's almost like less obvious, if that makes sense. But it definitely looks like somewhere between the two I've shared, and it doesn't look like there's an actual door as such. It just looks like it should be a door. And it's all stone.
I might have.
Yeah, that's not bad as well. Yeah, I like that.
That's familiar. Is that Ironforge?
Could be, but regardless, he's all head on, cautiously. Obviously, as I said, each step you take is going to make you a bit more wary, Eltris. As I said, you still get that almost vibe of not belonging kicking in as well. And yeah, as you carry on, you eventually all find yourself standing in front of this big kind of a should-be doorway, as I said. And if we look at that first image, you are probably able to fit, like, ignoring the bit of the bridge and stuff like that, because obviously that doesn't necessarily exist here. The pathway that Vanguard obviously is able to identify, carved into the stone subtly, it leads right up to this doorway.
Of course.
You can tell when you look up that you would need to have a pretty good eye, even from above, to have like kind of noticed this, the way it's angled with like the way the stone above it is shaped. It is like relatively well hidden, and as I said, it's completely sealed. But it is also about 30 foot tall. So you're dwarfed by it, you could say.
No puns.
I
Mm.
think Fleabite would probably say, "Er, mammoth things big, yes, but not big that such big would be needed, yes."
No, this definitely feels like something more giant in inclination.
This is big even for giants, though, Vanger.
I mean, I assume there's probably some pretty big giants. I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
see
if you
something
know,
that
you-
large. I think giants.
I mean, you could roll if you wanted any more info on it, right?
What would you like me to roll?
I don't know, like history, probably. Yeah,
History?
yeah. Why not?
I can roll a nice little history of decent. That's bad. That's as bad as it could possibly be. That's no, I can't roll a decent little history.
Seems fine. Dwarves would build this big. Seems fine.
Can I roll insight to see if there's any switches or any levels or handles?
That would be investigate, and you can if you wish.
I can. Oh, don't have an advantage. but-
That's okay. Vanger was obviously busy during that time. So yeah, you kind of like start looking all over it, and there is nothing. Like you can't even see like gaps in the stonework or anything. Just clearly somebody obviously really wanted to. Like this is the equivalent of like where Wile E. Coyote would obviously try and make this look like a doorway, so Roadrunner would smack into it, and then Roadrunner would just run through.
Right, okay.
But there's no picture, obviously, of a tunnel or
No.
anything. And I'm not saying you should then paint a tunnel.
You know I can do that though.
You can definitely do more than paint a tunnel, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe you should use your Warhammer and just knock.
I think the Warhammer's a bit much, but
Well, before we do that, before we use a Warhammer or anything, or even knock, what I'm thinking, in fact, sorry, I'm talking pure meta here. Let's in this scene, I think Eltris would probably say something like, "Didn't Cynthia say that the stag's head was to be used as some sort of,
payment for access.
yeah, maybe we should set the stag
You're
head
right.
in front of the door,
It's a good shout.
possibly."
Makes sense.
All for, say aye.
Aye,
All
Aye,
against,
aye.
say nay.
just
Hold
me.
it up in front of the door. Yes.
So I walk up to the door and place the stag head. Just as this, there would be a split, but not a split, obviously, as you said. It's like in between the two doors, if there would be two doors.
Yeah.
Put it in there, right in the middle of the doorway. And take a few steps back.
Yep.
And wait for something to happen.
So how long do you wait?
10-ish minutes.
10 minutes pass.
I feel like it's like that scene for The Incredibles. See the one it's always memed, and it's like, "What are you waiting for?" He's like, "I don't know, something amazing."
Me too, okay.
Well, maybe we need to give their attention before the stag head will help.
In the group, are we working on the assumption this is giant, or are we going to just carry on with the unknown? Thodun, you could simply shout out in giant instead of
Just
common
thinking of myself.
and say hello.
Hello, friend. We mean no harm. We seek passage through. Hold up.
So what is happening though in the scene? Let's be a bit more definitive between our meta conversations and our character conversations. So yeah, you wait your 10 minutes.
Could I walk up, if we waited the 10 minutes and nothing's happened, could I walk up and touch the door with my green hand?
Sure.
Or touch
Left
what
or right? 'Cause
would
they're
have
both-
been there? Or what, touch the thing that looks like it could be a door with my green hand.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
if
sorry.
you could tell me if anything happens.
Yeah, you feel stone.
Okay, cool.
You
I was
still
hoping maybe I had some sort of magic.
I'm going to join him and sort of like run my hand across the door, like, is there something interesting?
Fleabite runs up and also. This is. I just imagine everyone's in height order going down.
It's actually a new Beatles album cover. Yeah. Oh dear.
What would it be?
I don't have that skill yet. Never mind.
Create album cover.
No, eventually I can run up vertical walls, so I can't do that yet.
The problem is you're just hitting overhang. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, that's what I described earlier. It's, as I say, it's quite well hidden. It's the fact that your hawk had a good angle in it spotted this place with its
Yeah.
fucking crit that it got. Or its 23 or whatever it was.
Did I roll some insight just to see if I notice anything, or?
I mean,
What are you looking for?
I was going to say, insight isn't really to notice things, it's to, like, work out someone's, say, posture, for example. You need almost something to, like, incite, if that makes sense. But, like,
Yeah, okay.
perception's to look around generally, investigates to take time, like what Thodun did when he was, like, looking around the doorframe and stuff like that to try and find switches or stuff. So that's, like, your, your skills.
Investigate, yeah.
Yeah, so investigate, perception. I have let people insight if they've had a reason to insight something, such as, like, I know in a different game setting, it's called sense motive, and I've let, obviously, Colin's character, Lyko, sense motive on, like, the setup of something. Like, if you walk into a warehouse and go, do I feel like this is going to be an ambush? Right? Based on everything I know, like, the mob boss is involved, how easy it was to get here, why there was no guards, blah blah blah. The fact that there's no merchandise here. Can I insight that and then see if yeah, you get the feeling about to be jumped, right? So if there's a lot of evidence to justify it, I don't mind people inciting situations, but really it's investigating perception, or your tools for that functionality.
Okay.
Yeah. As I said, if you can make a case for it, I'm willing to be easy with certain skills, and that just goes for anything, right? If you can make it sound reasonable, yeah. So
Okay, everyone, I have an idea. I have two options. One, we can see if there's something at the other side of the door and draw its attention with said bagpipes to come investigate the noise. Or I can create a smaller door that we can fit in the door.
Why don't you just make the hole in the door? That seems.
Okay.
Don't want to draw too much attention.
Thodun's pretty dejected by that. It's like, oh, you picked the boring one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Didn't get to finish my song.
Oh dear. Was everybody else's input on that particular conversation then?
I think Fleabite would sort of look very skeptical at the very high quality carving and say, you can try, yes, but whatever made this entrance tunnel is not of amateur, yes. Much was intended for this.
Okay.
I feel we should still knock. Would be my reply.
well,
Go
let's
ahead.
knock first.
I don't. Okay, so I will take my staff, even though I don't think it'll be strong enough. That's why I suggested the Warhammer earlier on a massive door like this, and I will rap on the door with my quarterstaff.
Yeah. So, how long are you going to wait for a response?
30 minutes, not a lot.
Yeah?
Assuming, we don't know if there's anything behind there, so it's just a polite way of gaining entrance would be to knock, not to bulldoze the door or anything like that. So
Fleabite's trying to measure the door and then looking at the measurements of his bag of holding and trying to do some awkward maths.
I think Fleabite literally does the Your weasel gif just
The door.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it tastes like stone.
Roll perception.
Stone? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. If that's how you check, little man, you can do that.
Oh, it's definitely not stone.
How would you interpret that, Fleabag?
The door might come back.
That it's more like sandpaper than smooth stone.
Okay, yeah.
It's just like all I register is ow. No taste, just ow.
Yeah, sure.
Lose one bonus health.
Not quite.
Tongue stuck to the door.
Oh dear. Yeah. So yeah, no, some time passes and like when you rap on the door with the staff, obviously the clacking of the wood on the stone does seem to be like absorbed by like the way the stone is shaped around this like area. This kind of almost dead end of stone work. And Vanger.
Okay.
That might catch your ear or not, but you'd probably tell this place seems to have been designed to catch sound. So if something loud happened here, it wouldn't just like wake up the mountain. Just based on that little kind of like moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I wonder. Maybe that's so as to, be able to open a huge door without causing a massive disturbance.
It's a very reasonable assumption, yes.
I think he sort of maybe looks around to see if there are any sort of obvious grooves for the way it opens or anything.
Nothing obvious, no.
So maybe it opens inside. Or... I don't think that's going to carry. Well, maybe try that Warhammer. Well, I've got mine too, of course.
As you say that, I just walk up to the door and try and push it.
Okay, yeah.
None of
Oh,
it
it's been
really.
a push door this full time.
Do you
I
want
thought
to
it was pull
roll?
door.
Well,
It's
push
the,
on.
Yeah, I was assuming pool as well.
It's the Doctor Who special where it goes, it's supposed to be locked. When they were put in the jail cell and it wasn't even locked. One of my favourite scenes in all of Doctor Who, quite frankly. So, yeah. Give me an athletics check then.
Athletics. Ooh, good one.
Yeah, you're doing that thing where your feet are kind of like getting pushed backwards based on like your arms pushing out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't even
Okay,
it
then
doesn't
I'll-
even feel like it's budging. It's not like when you push against a door that's barred and you can feel a little give. Like
Yeah.
there's nothing like that. It does just feel like you've just pushed against a mountain and pushed yourself away.
Or at least do that. I'll have drawn my Warhammer, which is probably like slung partly into my sack or something like that, or tied through it in some way. So it's taken me a moment to get it out. Right. I'm going to do this gently, just in case.
Why don't we do it together?
Sure. Why not? You do that door, I'll do this one. Is it two doors? It is two doors,
Just one
right? Or is
slab
it
of stone. It's one big slab of
one
stone.
slab,
Yeah.
Right, sorry. Right. For some reason, I keep on imagining.
It's because so
Yeah.
he'd go to the middle where that would open if it was
Yeah,
two doors, is
right.
what he said earlier. That's why it maybe.
That's
isn't your-
probably where my
That's
and
what I
that, and
thought.
also like I think a lot of these kind of large doors often are two pieces.
Right.
And I think that's why I had that image. Yeah. Okay. I suppose in that case it makes sense for us both to sort of head towards the center.
Yeah.
Right. Count of three.
Why not? One,
Ascending or descending.
Just want to give.
3, 2,
2,
1.
Just want to give me attack
Bingo.
rolls for your warhammers, I guess.
God. This is why I specified I was doing it gently. Okay.
That's okay. Yeah,
Two-handed, one-handed.
that's up to you.
I mean, there's no way you would do it one-handed just
Meh.
because it would be a proper whack. So
Okay, yeah. He's both hit. luckily enough.
Yay!
Hey, and we don't hit each other, which is a good thing.
Well, if you swing first and I hit in the back of your hammer, it'll hit the door harder. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you perfectly timed it so that it was coming down on top of it.
How good it would have been if we both hit the same number.
it would have been nice, yeah.
That would have been like that. Like I would have counted that if I was you.
Would have been alright, yeah. So yeah, it rings out. Obviously, the sound does reverberate around the kind of big kind of plateau area that you're in just now, and then like it doesn't echo a lot. It just kind of like does hit off like a surface. You hear it back once, and then it's like swallowed by the stone. Right. The sound, not people or hammers or anything.
Right.
What do you think?
Just lost a good warhammer.
So yeah, you can definitely tell that this it's maybe a bit more obvious to the others now. This place seems to have been carved in a way that does alter sound reverberation. So it's maybe like a recording studio or something. We're not sure. Yeah.
It's the dead air.
I think this is probably so that they can come and go without creating too much disruption.
I think it
Which
may
would
be more of
suggest-
the door reacts to sound rather than physical violence or touch.
Could be, but
And the
I
door
have
hasn't
to
done
imagine
anything, so yeah.
Yeah.
that magical in some rather than physical.
So now we have two options.
I think Fleabite pulls out just a dagger for a second and just tries to carefully sit the dagger, the tip of the dagger on the stone face.
Right.
And I take it it's not like Richter's airship.
Yeah, it's not like there's like magical shimmering runes appear and block the dagger. Yeah, no.
But the two do connect though.
What?
And if I try and scratch it, does it leave any mark?
Don't know. Let's see a roll.
Just on an attack roll.
Probably like in athletics because you're trying to carve, right? So
Well, just scratch the line, but yeah, athletics is fine.
yeah, you hear the scraping sound, but you don't see much of a mark.
Yeah.
But your dagger does look a little bit like it's been scraped on stone, you know? Or like mild debris. Whatever that means.
It was just I was wondering about it because I presume the hammers weren't magical. Dagger is.
Well, my hammer isn't, certainly. I can confirm
Mine
that.
isn't either.
Just in the off chance it was like immune to everything other than magic weapons or something.
And again, very little effect seems to have happened based on everything you've done thus far. Let's put it that way.
I am then going to take a few steps back.
You trip
Like
over
I
the
can
stag's
start-
head. I'm kidding.
I wasn't standing behind the row of it. Yes, so walking around the stag head.
Just letting you know it's still lying around.
All of
Yep.
it.
Just letting you know it's
Picking
still
it up, perhaps.
It's pretty
Um,
unwieldy to be fair, so it's maybe best just leaving it sitting for a bit until you decide what you're doing.
So yeah, so again, a bigger picture of the door and
Yeah.
taking into advice. Obviously, we've noticed the sound of sound dying. Really, I then take a couple of steps back and just shout "open"
Okay.
and giant, as it were.
Sure, yeah.
What's giant for friend?
Satsuma.
Candle.
Okay.
Oh dear. Yeah, you can shout open and giant if you want. You doing it with any particular passion, or are you just trying?
Just with sort of some gusto, as it were.
Is it performance then?
Bellows.
Yeah. Probably not the best, as you seen in the last performance from it.
Hey.
Nope.
But I think that just reflects the fact that you go to like shout, and it might sound really weird when you hear it, because obviously you hear yourself back like once very quickly, and
Mhm.
the sound's like taken from your ears almost by the stone around you. So it's almost like there definitely is something affecting sound here, but like again, it could just be like the shape of the stone. It could be
yeah.
something else. You've never necessarily experienced this before. This is a bit the weird.
Daunting and unusual.
You can talk to each other though at a normal volume, right? Nothing seems to be affecting your like ability to speak to each other. It's just when it goes like above a certain level, it seems to like be swallowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But nothing opens, just for confirmation. Yeah.
I call my hawk again
Sure. Yeah.
and get it to. I'm going to go into my meditation. And I'm going to get it to fly. You said the door's what, 30 feet high?
Yeah.
I want to kind of check because that tells us the 7 foot. So to make sure that if we're assuming the giants need a 30-foot door, so we're going to say they're 20 odd foot. So I want to check about that height to see if there's anything on the door that would release the door for
That makes sense.
a giant's height.
Yeah, like kind of doing like an investigate check just at the top of the door that obviously Thodun couldn't have reached because he's only like, just shy of 8 feet. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I use your hawk to do that, do you want to give me an investigate from the hawk?
If it's got one.
Very clever plan.
It won't have investigate as a skill, but you would roll the stat investigate is based on, which I believe is intelligence.
Yeah.
Intelligence. It's not great.
Nope, it's a -3 in fact, is the roll you got for that.
Jesus.
Yep. So no,
How does it go negative?
it's because its intelligence is a -4.
Wow.
A lot of like
Finally met
beast-
someone with worse intelligence.
Yes, this
This
magically fabricated creature has got less intelligence than Fleetway. Oh dear.
It's close though.
Yeah. But no, like I feel like you can interpret that roll without much input from me, Kildrath. There is definitely nothing that you spot that seems to be, like a doorbell or a handle or a keyhole or anything like that. Nope. It does just seem to be like a weirdly carved archway into a stone wall.
Okay.
Can Fleabite attempt to telepathically commune with Wall?
It depends. Can you? Do you have a rule?
If it is secretly a creature.
If it's
yes.
secretly a creature.
If it's not, then obviously nothing will happen.
I feel like nothing will happen. Yeah. It's not like
It's
a
not a creature.
secret mimic. Well, so here's the thing, right? So certain rules about, say, air quote, shapeshifting, right? This is a complete aside, folks. Don't read into this. This is just a random factoid. Certain creatures are indistinguishable from whatever they're appearing as, which means I feel like that does, get around your. Like my way of targeting that would be like using magic missile that can only hit a creature, And obviously, if you're in a room full of treasure chests and you want to find the mimic, I would just go, okay, I cast magic missile at every single chest. It only works at the one that's a mimic because the mimic's the only creature. But if a mimic's pretending to be a chest, it's not a creature, right? So I think it does. I think they've covered themselves enough, depending on what the shapeshifting mechanics are, to get around stuff like that. Sadly,
Yeah.
I think they've learned from people like us in the past. Damn them. Oh dear.
Because, like, with my thing, I don't need to speak its language.
Yes, door.
If Dora is a language, and even if I can't speak it, I can still commune. But that does make sense.
Yeah, no, like it's an interesting try, yeah, and I think it's quite good that you would try that, right? But no, I think there is nothing. No, there's no connection made. No. Right, so I guess another like 10 or so minutes pass as you all like sit and think. Anything?
Well,
I mean,
I'm going to
I would.
say. Oh, sorry, you go first, Colin.
No, you go.
No, you. How you go? I insist.
Okay, well I'll go. Colin, go.
If you insist, then I will go. So if we've done that, we've trekked out via the medium of Hawk. We've tried banging the door with the hammers. We've had a pretty thorough investigation. I think Vanguard's just going to say, why don't you do the stone thing, stone shaping? If we're intending to go through,
Yes, I can do that. I want to try one more thing. Eltris and Keldrath, can I get your assistance with this, please? And
Absolutely.
Maybe?
I walk towards the door and sort of squat down.
Uh-huh.
Can we try and lift the door?
There's nowhere to put your fingers.
You can still shove it up, technically, surely.
You could
you
try,
do like a
yeah, 100% try, yeah.
Type thing.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna like just like push your palms into the stone wall and you try and like shove up. Sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you can do like a steel gate, like a shutter type thing.
No, I get what you're trying. Yeah, no, I get it.
IRL.
Obviously, shutters and stuff are a bit more bumpy, but yeah, no, that's fine. You can
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
give it a
But
go.
that sort of
to be honest,
the position you would do that to get that open.
Okay.
If you know what I
So
mean.
it is still like one primary actor and then one assistant, though, right? So even if there is a bunch of you playing, you still only get to roll with advantage. So as you know.
Aye. Just so
But like thematically, I think it's cool if other people help you.
yeah, that's the intent.
Also, Fleabite is feeling like, fine, don't ask Fleabite. Despite being probably stronger than Keldrath.
If you wish to help, you're more than welcome.
Just like looking away now. No, I see.
Get over here.
Does Fleabite
So as a
respond to that?
team, on
Does-
3,
before-
we push up.
Does Fleabite respond to that and help out, or does he stay in his huff?
Fleabite stays himself.
Right, okay.
Of course.
That's cool. Right. So yep, Keldrath, you've counted down. On 3, yep. 3, start, yep, lift.
2, 3, 2, 1, and what are we rolling against?
We're not
With
rolling against
athletic?
anything. It's whoever. Like, I think it's Thodun rolling athletics,
Yeah.
and he's got advantage because you're helping. That's all it is.
That noise was me trying to lift, by the way.
Okay. I didn't actually hear a noise, so there we go.
Oh, okay. Oh, someone will do the noise for me.
Yep. So it doesn't move at all. He's maybe tried this for like a good 5 minutes or so. Obviously, 5 minutes is a long ass time.
Hernia!
And
Hernia!
yeah, right. But no, not at all.
Right. Time to make a door.
And
Oh,
like,
before you make the door.
I'll give you a bit of insight mechanically as well, right? So, the reason why I asked if multiple people were helping is because it gives me a reason to justifiably lower difficulties if people do stuff like that, right? So, let's say, ignoring this scenario, let's say it was, let's lift this cart out of a ditch. If the difficulty is like DC 18, because it's particularly terrible conditions you're in, it might be disadvantage DC 18. So, that means that if Thodun and somebody help, I can say, right, cool, you're cancelling the disadvantage. So it's a normal roll now because we've cancelled that out. It's still in the rain and the mud, blah, 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 2 people lifting, on you go. And if we add more people into that, I can then say, right, it's maybe not a DC 18 anymore, it's maybe jumped down to 15 because we've got multiple people helping. That's kind of like, it's not just your numbers get altered, it's difficulty of task can change based on what you contribute to it as well. So don't always think it's just, well, we've already got advantage, so we can't get better than that. It's never just that simple. Or it should never
Right.
just be that simple, is what I'm saying.
So would that be the same like when they're doing the like obviously it's normally Chris and Thodun and Vanguard that are doing the scouting. Like does that count for that as well?
Well,
Or
put it this way,
more
right? See if you're in a group of like 5 people or whatever, right? And one person's keeping a lookout. Or 5 people are keeping a lookout. It'll be easier to spot something if there is something, right?
Mhm.
If the 5 people are looking, which means if there's something hiding in the woods, it's maybe easier to spot. If that thing's still good at hiding, and you don't roll high enough regardless, and again, it's still the one roll with advantage because, you know, it's a group effort. Yeah, it doesn't really affect it because against a static task like targeting a barrel with a bow and arrow from a reasonable distance away is like a 10 you need to hit, right? Depending on conditions. It's not really going to do much to that, right? Nothing can really affect that roll, to be perfectly honest, other than getting maybe advantage on the shot. But things that can be mitigated, it's all contextual, right? But anyway, that's a longer course than how Ryan feels GMing should be. So, so yeah. But yeah, so anyway, you guys, I guess, collapse on your asses, just sweating, I guess, after the 5 minutes of effort of just, dear gods. Ain't budged.
Well, I hate to say it, but seems like we have an easier way than trying to lift a door bigger than a giant.
Yep, I think you're right. And everyone would please stand back.
Everybody falls over to stack heads, obviously. Yep.
Yep. So it just rolls. I place my hands.
Before we do that, what were you going to suggest?
Yes, sorry.
Oh no, I was just I was just going to keep quiet now because I was thinking obviously the place is thinking sound and all that, and the only reason we told him not to do the bagpipe thing was in case like anything else heard and stuff. You know what I mean? Like maybe it was a bad idea, but then I was thinking maybe it's actually an alright idea to try the bagpipes just to try and get the attention or see if it reacts to sound. But I think we probably get a better chance with the blasting a hole through it or whatever your stone shape does. So I
Literally makes a door.
Yeah, go ahead with that.
So what to do is, why don't you paste it in for everybody to have a wee bit of an agency moment, right? So paste it in, and then people can have a wee read at it. So
I have a switch.
for those that don't have the good eyesight on the stream, it is an action, touch, you target stone of a medium size or smaller, or a section of stone no more than 5 feet in any direction. So you're good here. You've got a holy symbol, right? So you're good for the material components here, because can you see how there's no cost involved and it's not consumed by...
Yep.
And then you've got you touch a stone, object of medium or blah blah blah, exactly what I just mentioned before, fit in any dimensions, form into a shape that suits your purpose. So, for example, you could shape a large rock into a weapon, idol, or coffer, or make a small passage through a wall, as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick. You could also shape a stone door or its frame to seal the door shut. The object you create can have up to 2 hinges and a latch, but finer mechanical detail isn't possible. So there you go. So I'm assuming you're trying to make a 5-foot tunnel, essentially.
Yeah.
Right, 2 seconds.
Everyone all right with that?
Mm-hmm.
Any
Happy
questions?
with that? While you're preparing that, I'm going to walk down to the, I don't know, north, south, east, west side of the wall, just to run my hands over what would be mountain, or
Yeah, it does look like mountain.
Yeah.
Any particular reason, or just?
I'm just going to check down one at the far side, one of the sides, just to make sure we haven't missed something on the actual mountain itself.
Yeah, if you want to roll investigate while you're doing this, you can do so. Yeah, feel free to.
Yeah. Investigate is crap.
Let's be doing this quick because if I'm doing this, it's instant.
Yeah, but he could have been doing this while you were debating what to do, right? Yeah, but again, like, yeah, it is just mountain you're looking at.
Cool.
And yeah, so do you want to describe what this looks like? Thodun, how does this look magically? Because it is magic you're doing.
Yeah. I basically have an idea in my head of how I want it to look, but it would need to have been in reference to someone seeing an anime.
Yeah, like Avatar, The Last Airbender, with all the earth bending, right? Like that anime that everybody's seen.
That's not where I was going, but yeah, they could use that.
I haven't seen any of it.
I haven't seen any of it either.
It should
Me
be really
neither.
good. It's really good.
Avatar's
every
meant to
episode
be
of it.
good. So I basically sort
Movie
of
shite.
movie was watchable.
The movie doesn't
Wasn't
exist.
great, but it was
Moving
watchable.
on. No, it doesn't exist. Moving on.
Yeah,
It doesn't exist. Yep.
like the Green Lantern, it was watchable. No great,
Doesn't
but watchable.
exist.
So I roll my sleeves up. See the stance they would get in for like the hacker, the sort of leg spread,
Yeah.
sort of
Yep.
plant myself on the ground type thing.
Yep. Just like
Start
definitely
waving my hands
steady.
in front of me and sort of throw them in front of me, and the wall sort of dissipates or
At least we hope it does.
moves. Yeah, I hope it does.
Mhm.
Then obviously then
Yeah. Cool. So, I love that it puts the DC at the bottom of that, and I don't even think it needs to be there. Like, it's not even a DC. I think it's like, what's it, the mountain rules its constitution, I guess?
Yep.
Oh dear, that's so dumb. But yeah, so, that happens, and the ground beneath everyone starts to rumble. Can everyone make a dex save?
Probably not.
Yeah, no.
including me.
I can make a roll, maybe not a
Everyone.
save, but
Yeah. Look at that Kildrath. The one with the highest bonus just knocked it out the park anyway. Look at that Eldris.
Yay.
I'm trying to remember if I have anything for deck saves.
Use guidance myself.
Sadly not, because this is in response to the spell you've just done. So,
Cantrip.
there's no time.
Wait, would I not? No, it doesn't even matter. I mean,
You didn't have a visual indicator this was coming, I'm afraid.
yeah, I was about to say.
I did consider your danger sense, don't worry. Unless it's got other wording that means it would qualify, I don't think it does. But what I remember of
No,
it,
it's against things that you can see. So
yeah. I did think about that, don't worry. I do try and remember that I do have a barbarian. Right. Fleabag was alright. Fleabag, look at that. You were worried.
I always forget that I don't have like proficiency in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I remember that your physical stats are pretty good. Just memory, at least, of it. But yeah, so what happens in fact is you do your haka and you push into the wall to try and like part the stone itself. The entire place seems to like rumble. As I said, like Vangar loses his footing, Thodun, you end up losing your footing because of this. Everybody else manages to steady themselves. Makes sense that Keldrath got the highest score since you just literally just will lean against the giant mountain, probably. And yeah, the stone parts that 5 foot. Obviously, like 5 foot deep, 5 foot wide, etc. And then it keeps parting so violently that that's what has shaken the entire ground around you, all the way to the point where there's like light at the end of the tunnel, and then that big massive like vacuum of air that gives like an almost organ sound to the rush of air that goes through this place. I mean like church organ sound. We go to break. Right, here we are. We've unmuted, we're back on the stream. Yep, welcome to the Invasion Session 61, Part 2. Don't even know if I said Session 61 at the start, but who cares? So it's the 4th of August. Thank you, 2021. I'm Ryan, the GM. Still going. Yep, still going. Here are the players.
Hello, I'm Tom. Tonight,
Of the players.
of the players. I was trying to remember what I said last time. Tonight, I will be Eltris, the Barbarian Elf, and August is also a very good time for me because my birthday is next week. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at it. And what is time? What is August?
Mm.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Keldrath. I'm a Dragonborn monk, and I'm working through a personal mystery.
And you're also Chris Senior.
I am Chris Senior.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's also some stuff with your audio there.
It's sometimes his audio catches up with itself. It happens a few times. Don't worry
In the
about
10 minutes it took him to come back if he's breaking him off to each character.
it.
So yeah, I'm Chris Jr. I'll be playing the part as Thodun, Stormwatcher, the Tempest Cleric Monk. I'm not a monk, he's a monk. I'm only a Tempest Cleric.
What's happening?
Let's see what happens to the door.
Are we just doing like a fusion? Is everybody changing hats? Is that what's happening?
Yep.
And hello, good evening. I am Colin. Tonight I will be playing Independent Shadows. Today I'll be playing Vanguard, who is the Dwarven Cleric Druid guy.
One day you will gift me that performance for a whole mini campaign.
I don't think I have it in me. I genuinely don't have the heart.
I don't even know if I'd be able to run if that
Only
was
thing
you.
I ever won from a grabby machine was a horrible teddy with someone's death certificate attached to it.
Oh, it's such a horrible existence he lived. Oh,
And the funny thing is, I have met people like him. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a big fucking winner in life, but there are some people that you meet and you're just like, oh, is everything in your life just sad and you are not quite bright enough to realise what a fucking sad sack you are? Like, oh no. And you do feel bad for them. But equally, when you see such an incredible impersonation of one doing an Xbox Live indie game show, it's comedy gold. I totally would feel for someone who actually was like Independent Shadows in real life.
I agree.
Just so that we can caveat that there.
Yes. Colin is not an emotionless monster. Yes.
Not yet, anyway.
A few more levels.
Slowly but surely.
So yeah, some people are on their ass, some people are not on their ass, and then there's a kind of big organ droll noise as the stone kind of parts way and seemingly creates a tunnel-like formation. And by that I mean like the whole 30-foot door is gone.
Well,
Should have done
that
first
worked.
time.
Maybe that's how they always do it.
Nobody else?
It was giant. It
I
was
missed
stone
what
giants we've
happened.
seen earlier, so maybe
Well.
yes, maybe all the stone giants have this power, or they have.
It makes
Some
sense for
sort
at least
of
some of them
leader.
to have learned it, if not.
Yes.
I may have giant blood in me. It could be where I learned it. Could be not.
Okay, very mysterious. Says nodding appreciatively.
As I pick myself up.
Yeah, I of course Vanker's going to need to drag himself off the ground also.
Yep.
The old knees.
Right. Luckily, none of us fell on top of that stag head there.
Yeah, the light glinting
And
off
honestly,
their
I'm
horns.
not convinced that some of us are high enough up to fall onto the antlers. Like,
Oh yeah, definitely not Fleabite, I guess. I suppose.
yeah, not Fleabite. I might be, but like,
Yep. Oh dear. So yeah, what's the plan then?
Walk through the door or the hole.
sounds like a good idea.
I'd rather duck down and walk through the hole because it's only a 5-foot door and I'm 7 foot
I
seven.
I feel like you didn't listen to the full description I gave you.
I missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's open. It's fully open.
Full thing's open.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes.
That's why I was saying that's maybe how they do it normally because it works so well.
See, I only caught it for there. My mind was somewhere else. Sorry, that was.
It's okay. I only gave it twice, before the break and after the break. That's fine.
That's fine.
Not even listening to your own fucking scenes. That's fine. Whatever. Do you know what? I'm closing it again.
No.
Indiana Jones role.
Everybody run!
Would we run? Do we even know this is the right direction?
I did
If the door
describe there's
closing
light
again.
on the other side.
Yes, no.
Yep, we're good.
I heard that part.
Well, at the very least, I'm going to begin trudging through. We've already said about doing it. So, like, why wait?
Yeah. Low survival.
No. Are you picking up the stag's head and taking it with you as well, I assume? Or are you just gonna leave it
Yeah.
there? It's like, well, you've done your job, bye.
Sure, mate. Good job. mate.
I'm not personally.
No, I will grab said.
Yep, no worries. Leebite, Galdrath, Eltris, all following suit.
Yeah.
Like definitely waiting until a few of them have gone through and it's not like it just collapsed on them. Then we'll follow.
No
It
trap
can
door.
still collapse on you.
Yeah, but the comedy value would be more if it did it like as soon as he stepped over the threshold. So
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I can see where you're
Star
coming
Wars door style slam shut. Yeah.
Big pit just inside the door that nobody checks for, that sort of thing. Yeah. I get free bite, I get you.
Oh dear.
Well,
Get
I'm
labyrinth
having
vibes from that.
Yeah, right.
One door will tell you the truth, the other always lies. He always lies.
So, everything is in eventually after
Yeah.
some trepidation on Fleabite's part. Yeah, use
Indeed.
it's maybe about about half a mile long. This space. You work your way through, and yeah, you start to hear like it's almost like village town type noises, the bustle of people as you're getting closer to the exit, as it were.
Well.
Then you just make it to the other side of said, obviously, tunnel, and as your eyes adjust with the lighting, it comes down for some, maybe not others, and you see what looks like, I guess it would probably be more accurate to say kind of like Norse vibed, right? But just huge, kind of like big constructs of housing, but instead of it being like say like wooden kind of like lodges, it's all like stone lodges that everything's made out of.
Okay.
But clearly like segregated. This place looks like it's like immaculately carved, but it is like left as like rough stone, if that makes sense. At the same time, that sounds almost contradictory, but I don't mean that everything's fancy polished city looking marble or anything. It's just they've taken chunks of stone and made it into useful shapes. And there is obviously like what seems like a whole tribe of giants going about their business, and then some of them like turn to regard the group and kind of like clearly making like note that you are there, and then going about their business. You could probably make out like easily, like at a glance, there's like easily 30 people milling around, and clearly it's dense enough to house perhaps maybe a couple of hundred.
Okay.
Any immediate thoughts as you stand up at this like big entranceway, this big stone archway?
Is there any signpost saying "Welcome to"?
Welcome to Gianton. No.
Jump behind Eltris.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Wait, what was that?
Fleabite's hiding behind you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Yep. And yeah. And yeah, as like you are kind of like on a slightly raised up kind of like area for like the doorway, and it kind of almost snakes down the side of like a mountain wall into like the kind of slightly sunken area that is maybe like a town centre, if you will.
A marketplace or something.
So there isn't like a marketplace as such, but there is like perhaps like a big stone-looking well in there.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, you head down that way, and there's a lot of like as you're maybe you start to head down and towards. I don't know if you're just going to stay up on the kind of overpass thing, but yeah, there's a lot of the walls and stuff seem to be carved to catch water, and it all looks like it would be like funneling it down into different places. It looks like there's almost like aqueducts carved into like the stonework within this place. Yeah, you just can then see several rather large creatures heading towards you in a giant looking shape. Again, definitely at least one shoe on each foot.
And you would are these
very reminiscent
giant
of what's been described? Yeah, everybody here is a giant that you are looking at.
got that impression. Just when you said creatures, I was like, oh, is there something else in here?
You know what D&D's rules are. Everything's a creature unless it's not. So, yeah, it's these big giant-looking things walk up to you. They are armed.
Oh, there.
Question.
And then, as I say, there's maybe like 4 of them, and they look at all of you.
I'm going to say quietly, Thodun, I think this is your one.
I'm getting there.
Oh yeah, everybody just puts a hand on your back and just pushes you that wee step forward.
What do you want me to say?
Hello.
You hear one of them say, "Speak," but in giant. Thodun, obviously. Because they're watching you like talk to each other, and then you just hear, "Speak."
Hail, friend. Obviously, in
giant. Yeah. And they
It's actually more hail then.
and then they'll say they'll say well met for now, and it's you'll be familiar enough with it. It's almost like a kind of generic phrase that you would say. Or, is it a platitude, I guess, or something akin to that, or a catchphrase type thing? Can't remember the exact term I'm thinking of, but it's definitely like a well-used turn of phrase. It's essentially well met for now, meaning I mean you no harm.
Yeah.
At this moment.
But that could change.
Yes. It's definitely like a thing that maybe even like your tribe has a variation of it, right? For when you're meeting other people, going, "Oh, well met for now." Yeah. Or let's see how this meeting goes.
Yeah.
You've got that.
Long days and short nights.
So we are but humble travellers and wish to know the name of this location. We came across the big door and I have a power and it seemed to open it. So we ventured on.
I think
Could you tell us
they look at
where
you
we are?
and then they look up at like the passageway, and then the one that has been speaking to you like seems to turn and speak quietly to some of the other 2, and then 2 of them like just walk around you guys and head up towards the passageway, and then after like a couple of moments, because this guy's like just stoically like I don't want to say stonewalling you, but yeah, he walks up and you can feel the rumble again, and that passage has clearly just been sealed by those 2 that walked past you. Let's see. What is the purpose of your visit here?
Um,
The stone let you pass.
It did. It wasn't for lack of trying other things first.
Yes, we seen.
And you couldn't have helped. Obviously, I'm joking.
Yeah, like
sarcastic.
yeah. We chose not to help. We chose to watch.
Why?
You are unknown to us.
This is true. We spotted 2 more down the mountain. Were they from here as well?
He kind of just like shakes his head slightly. Not necessarily like a definitive no, just kind of trying to work out what that actually means.
Right.
And then he says, "Purpose here. The stone let you pass. What do you intend now?"
Firstly, where is here?
He goes, "You are small." As he looks at everybody in the party.
Mhm.
Very specifically at Fleabite.
Probably Vanguard as well.
Yeah, and obviously Vanguard can whisper to him that very appropriate question.
But yeah, it's we're traveling up the mountain, and we are looking for a city called Barris.
Yeah, I think the guy next to him like reacts to that body language wise, and then like in that kind of way where he puts like his hand on the shoulder of the one that's speaking to, and then he just like rubs his shoulder back, like rolls his shoulder back as if to get his hand off him.
Yeah.
And he says, "This is not Barris."
Okay, then our stay here, if allowed, would be brief. We simply wish to traverse up the mountain. We are heading towards Barris.
You wish to pass. And he kind of like
Yes,
points
please.
further up into like the the town.
Mm-hmm.
He goes,
If you allow us to pass, then
you
yeah.
hear like a grumble maybe, like a as if he's thinking about what that means as well, right? And the other 2 have clearly like taken up position behind the group now, so there's 2 in front, 2 behind now.
Oh, moth.
So I don't know if Fleabite's just like spinning around Eltrus at that stage. I don't know what that means for Fleabite's sense of safety.
Still behind, but like looking straight at the floor, like scenery.
If I can't see you, you can't see me. Yeah.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, and he's kind of just making that kind of weird, like, kind of grumble noise as if he's trying to like work out what he thinks about the situation. Do you talk to your party or do you talk to him?
I think I then turn to, or just sort of keep talking to him just now, and say, we mean no disrespect if we are trespassing. If anything, if you could put us in some lodgings for the night. It has been a weary climb so far, and we wish to press on. We will be gone by the morning. If you could point us in a general direction as to climb the mountain.
He looks at you, and the other guy next to him like seems to like kind of chuckle a bit, and then again he like gives him a look as if take this seriously, kind of chastising look, and he says back in giant, "We do not give lodging. You make lodging.
Okay.
If stone allows."
Well, as you seen, the gate allowed us entry. I don't think it should have an issue, or would have an issue with us staying.
We shall see. And then the other one kind of chuckles again a little bit, and then he indicates to the 2 behind, and he says, "Inform," and then it's a word that doesn't quite mean anything to you, but it sounds like a Lorien. And yeah, and then they 2 like head back down the pass into like the town itself. With quite a bit of haste, as if they've been assigned something to do, obviously. And then they look at everyone and goes, Why are you the only one that speak? You leader?
In matters pertaining to giant tongue, yes.
Then, you, responsible for their actions also, you will be held.
I accept that.
He like nods at that. And he says, I am Kenrog of this place.
And I assume Kenrog is his name rather than a position.
Yeah, you can assume that if you want. Yeah, because it would probably have like translated if it would have been a position, right?
Aye, aye. I identify as Thodun, Stormwatcher.
He
Which
gives
is
you a
different.
look as soon as you say your surname, right? There is definitely like a look.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, all of the party could probably gauge that, right? Because you've heard him say
Yeah.
his name enough, right? Stormwatcher, that isn't translated in giant or anything necessarily, it's just Stormwatcher.
Yeah.
And yeah, this guy seems to react to that. He doesn't say anything.
Hmm.
He just-
Can I roll insight to check his mannerisms? Is that the...
you can insight that if you want, yeah. That's exactly
but-
what insight's for, yep.
Sure, that's the sort of
Mhm.
what you said it was for.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah,
Like
like the term Stormwatcher definitely like seemed to disturb him.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. You're not sure in what way, but it definitely seemed to like mean more than it does to you, at least.
Yeah.
To him, or more than it was intended to mean when you were saying, "Hey, I'm still Stormwatcher, hey buddy," and he's like, "Oh, okay, really?" Yeah. So there's definitely that kind of reaction of, that's interesting. So he says,
Seem.
Yeah.
What's everything all right?
It would seem everything, yes. So far, everything seems to be fine. They don't mean us harm as long as everyone is on their best behaviour. I will be held responsible, and it will be my neck on the line if anyone Fleabite does anything out of line.
Mhm.
Your neck, yes.
Yes.
And I think by extension, the rest of us also just him first. So let's not do anything stupid.
Yes.
They're big.
I
They're a
have
lot
said
big.
we are here as guests and travellers to pass through, and have asked if he can put us up for the night. He then, not as a challenge, but said it's not for him to decide, but the stone to decide.
Oh,
I then replied, the gate let us in, as he said the gate allowed us passage. I said the gate let us in, so it shouldn't be an issue, and he said we'll see. So we might be in for a bumpy night tonight. Obviously, time isn't as irrelevant, but you get the
Oh, I get what you mean.
deal.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
well, I'm sure that. I mean, given the way the stone responded to you before,
Yes.
I'm sure we'll be just fine.
Yeah, one can only hope. The two that were sent behind, I picked up. They are being sent to Alorian. The name doesn't ring a bell to me. Anyone heard of it before?
I assume it doesn't ring itself either.
No,
Mhm.
not really.
Then everybody brace yourself. Those two seem to be in quite a hurry.
Thodun, can I ask? Did you ask if they could common?
Say that again, sorry, I missed that.
Did you ask if they could speak common?
I did not. In that regard, I then turned round to Kenrog
Mhm.
and say, obviously in Giant, does he speak Common? Does he understand Common?
Cal looks at you and he says, "We are speaking common in Giant."
Yeah, that's. Do you speak the human tongue?
Cal looks at you and goes, "No."
Okay.
Did he say that in human or in giant? It might be a double bluff.
He actually says it in Elven. He doesn't know. He does reply in Giant.
It says it in demonic.
I don't. Oh right, I see.
He said he can't speak. Currently, we are speaking Common to him.
Oh right, common giant. Yes,
Yes.
that makes sense.
I asked for human Common, but he said no.
I think Vanger will try saying, do you have any dwarvish in dwarvish?
Okay. So you say,
Remember,
do you
don't
have any
offend.
Dwarvish, is what you say, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how dwarvish would sound, and I'm not going to do either
No,
an
that's okay.
offensive,
Yeah, that's okay. No, don't worry
British
about it.
accent or a ridiculous Scottish accent. So
No, that's okay. I think if it's clear by your body language, you're trying to aim that at like the one that identified himself as Kenrog,
yeah,
Mhm.
then I think after that, like Kenrog will just look to Thodun.
That's enough.
I was asking if he knew any dwarvish. It's fine.
I can translate if you wish, Vanger,
Oh,
If
I was just.
to test
It
it.
would be nice if it was, helpful. It would be helpful if we didn't need so much translation. I was just hoping we might
Yeah.
find some other common tongues. I also have a bit of primordial, and then I'll sort of turn to him and sort of repeat the phrase primordial in primordial, sort of as a question.
Right, okay, yeah. They both kneel.
What? Why they-
They both go down on one knee. There's probably a lot of visibility to parts of their anatomy you didn't want. And
Okay.
then they reply to you in primordial, and it's like almost like the first words of like a basic prayer to the stone.
Right. Okay.
Can you translate this to him?
It's. I think it's a very formal sort of greeting or
It would
acknowledgement.
be like hearing somebody in a church say Latin stuff, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give them a sort of bow and and I'll say, please, I only know a little of the tongue. Oh,
Is this all still in primordial? They look up.
no need,
and
no
then
need for the ceremony. It's all right.
Kenrog puts his hand up and as if to interject, and then says to Thodun, "Bring your shaman this way." And then he turns around and walks away.
Everybody else stay put at the moment. Vanger, follow me.
Right.
He has requested me and yourself to follow.
Please don't. He's sort of looking at Felipe.
Yeah,
Well-
just Eltris, Keldrath, you guys are in charge. Keep him in line. I'm not dying over stolen fists.
or door pieces or
Yeah.
boat.
as they're going, Fleabite would like to open a telepathic communication with Vanger.
Okay.
Okay.
Specifically, just Vanger?
And, yes, well, specifically Vanger, and send a text out to Kenrog.
Okay.
So you want to connect to Kenrog and Vanger?
Yes, but to them, obviously, they won't know
Hmm.
because it's through me.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Can you
what
paste
say?
your ability in for me again?
Yeah.
Because I know that they don't need to be willing.
Yeah.
But are they aware?
Yes.
I get the assumption they're aware of it, but yeah, let's see.
Because they can end it at any time.
Okay.
But we don't have to speak the language.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that is
Yeah.
handy.
Because I know, like, I remember we had that question a while back when we're like, do you need to be willing for that? And we discovered, no, you don't, which is great. It's a very, very nice power, to be honest. Yeah, I think as you open up those connections, yeah, it's immediately dismissed. Immediately. As soon as like he would be able to be like aware and dismiss it, he will.
Then I'll roll 6 just to see how long it lasts with
Yep.
Vanguard.
Please do. 15
15
hours.
What are you thinking, Fleabite? Says men.
Literally.
Yes.
Just say, if anything go happen, then let know.
Yes. Good thinking.
I love that you say yes, yes.
But that wasn't even intentional either.
So good. It's almost like they're thinking alike.
We're
Great
thinking
minds.
important.
Yeah. Oh dear. Right. Okay. So Vanguard, you go with Thodun.
Yeah, of course. I would already have sort of started
Mhm,
probably when he was doing that, doing the mind transfer the mind.
Yeah. My mind to your mind.
Interface experience communication.
This isn't your first time having a rat psychically connect your mind. Okay, so
It's
let's. Not even in this game, in other games too. It's a weirdly recurring theme.
It is.
So, Fleabite, Eltris, and Geldrath. How do you entertain yourselves?
Ask Fleabite if he wants to go steal something.
No,
No, I'm joking.
I know this question was aimed at them, but could I then ask Kenrog if they're alright to traverse the village?
You can do, but he is walking pretty quickly towards where he told you
Well,
to
yeah,
follow.
right.
But you can try after him, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I do that then.
How'd you word it?
Sorry, I'm blank there. What did you say there?
How do you word it? Like, what's the in-game visual here?
Basically, ask if the company can traverse the village and have a look around. Whether are they free to do
Yeah,
so?
but that's still you telling me what he does and not being Thodun and saying it to Kenrog.
Oh.
Yep, first person mode, remember.
Oh yeah. Obviously, in Giant, I shout to Kenrog. Is it all right for the party, for the remainder of the party, to wander the village and just see what's here?
I think Kenrog does slow down a little bit. That was still walking with a bit of purpose, but realizing you will have to do a lot more work to keep up, especially Vanguard. Just because he literally has the slower speeds. Is why I'm saying that. I think Kenrog will say the others, they may go until they are stopped. He nods at you.
And I just nod back. Just I acknowledge what he says.
Yeah. Do you tell the others or just?
I'll then shout back to the party, say, guys, you're allowed to wander until you're stopped. Be wary and don't get any trouble.
Fleabite's already gone, probably. Just a cloud of Fleabite shaped dust.
Like 6 of them just disappearing across the entire village.
It's actually just the dirt that falls off him when he runs away. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, you can have clarified that first for them before you wander off, yeah? But my question stands for you three.
I'm going to pull out a camera and go sightseeing.
To start pushing your hawk's head down every time to hear the clicking sound. Like, come on.
Next.
Oh dear.
Shall we? I'll say to the other guys, gentlemen, shall we go and try and find an inn or a establishment of some sort for a beverage?
Yes. And while you take front, Fleabite will try and get something.
No, Fleabite, no. What kind of something are you going to try and get, Fleabite?
Beverage and food ETS.
Good answer, my friend. Good answer.
He's learning the ways of Kildraft through the stomach.
Yes, exactly.
Who's taking the stag head?
Me. I'll
Okay.
still have it with me.
Okay. Yep. So,
I'll have my back as a shield.
yeah.
Also, just to clear up with Kildrath and Fleabite, obviously I'll just kind of go along with them and say sounds good to me. Follow on.
But what if you didn't say that? What else would you do?
I would have probably
Right.
just stood there waiting and not said anything, just stood there. Yeah, probably.
Okay, yeah. Fair. Yep. Yeah. Roll for me a wisdom save, Eldris.
What? Okay.
Roll it.
Wisdom save.
Oh. Okay.
It's alright, yeah. Yeah. Your pitted stomach feeling you're realizing was just the anxiety of having a bunch of giants looming over you for a while. It's not the pull of the forest anymore.
Is it away?
It's definitely nowhere near as like prevalent as it was previously. But there seems to be something, I wouldn't say homely here. There's definitely something here that seems to be like making your stomach a bit more settled than it has been. Yeah.
You're the chosen one here too.
See, I thought that was more Thodun. Like, I'd be the chosen one of like the trees in the forest, and he'd be like the chosen one of the rock and stuff, and we could just have a nice little life on the mountain.
Was Vanguard just the bridge between both of you? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All I'm doing is talking to them. Like,
Yeah.
he's the one that wants to be jamming.
See, just while you gave me that description there for the wisdom save, what if I were to look at my arms just now? Like, has it progressed much?
No.
What arms?
They're just trees now.
Broccoli!
He scream.
He is growth.
Oh dear. No, there's no obvious change to them other than again the kind of blackened to green colouring that's on them.
Okay.
So, no, you're not quite at your final form yet.
Okie dokie.
Not even.
So, if that's the case, you can like head off into the town and go for a wee explore. Obviously, ideally looking for, I guess, a tavern and or food and beverage emporium, and then.
Best
Okay.
way to make friends.
I mean, right? Yeah, hell yeah. We've got Thodun and Vengar, led by Kenrog, who does like pick up pace, like goes through what looks like a. Definitely would be what you'd expect to see at the start of like a village entrance, right? Like from, both your travels and existences, fairly worldly wise, both of you. So yeah, definitely seems to be laid out in the way you would expect. There does seem to be some kind of bartering system at play. There doesn't really seem to be as much of like a. It's not like a market as you would know from a town setup where there doesn't seem to be currency as such that you have noticed from people as you are wandering past. It is very much a trade type bartering kind of system. So you're probably getting the impression that money ain't going to do you much good here. Probably makes sense. And then yeah, it led up to a very large stone-looking kind of like almost like cylinder, I guess would be the best description. It's the only thing that looks so. Everything else is quite like blocky and rectangular like the fanciest shape being a triangle in some places for roof peaks. But this is like I said, this is the first kind of indication of slightly different architecture. And it seems to be like set quite reverently, a bit like the way you would put like a church or a chapel somewhere of its own.
So if I were to make some sort of rule regarding stonework, history it would be, right? I'd double my proficiency instead of my normal proficiency. Can I do that for the stonework?
And what is it you're trying to glean with this?
Is it Genasi?
Yeah, you can roll.
Right, I'm just going to pay stone cutting.
Yeah.
Remember the double proficiency.
That works.
So it's an extra 3 to this. It's still not great.
It's alright though. Yeah, nope, not Genasi. Nope. Like, there's no subtle hints of like Genasi.
Yeah.
Like, Genasi had a way to
I'll tell you
almost
why
like
I thought it might be, because obviously the temple, but also because of the reaction to primordial.
No, I get exactly why you were thinking that line. Yeah. But no, like this is again like someone's taken rock and made it into a cylinder. The Genasi had a bit more finesse with like stonework.
But this is more like maybe they've literally just stone shaped everything how they want it to be.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's sort of clicking for Vanguard now. It's like,
especially given like the route here that you took as well. And given how you got through the door and stuff, yeah, I think there's enough to say like a lot of this might be clicking into place for Vanguard.
Yeah, I would say that to Thodun then. Like, I think they've made this whole place with the stone shaping magics.
Yeah, with the way the gate works, I would imagine, and with the reference to this, to see how what the stone says, really, it seems to be the sort of, this is their way of life. This is how they make everything.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, my people, many of us live within and around the mountains, but well, don't have quite this level of connection to it. It's not quite as symbiotic, you know?
Yeah. I get that. I obviously myself have used the stonework to create simple things, passageways, doors, as you've seen, but nothing. Never seen anything to this scale.
Oh, you made that shovel that one time.
Yeah, that's. I mean, well, yeah, still counts. But yeah, nothing to this scale.
It's fortunate that we had you.
Yeah. It literally was a last case. I knew I had it. It was just a matter of time of trial of things first before casting such a powerful spell. In my arsenal, anyway. But yeah, let's try and catch up with Kenrog and let's see what's going. Obviously, keeping our wits about us.
They do keep quite a pace, don't they? He sort of maybe speeds up, but you can tell he's like really trying to keep
a light jog behind them, like.
Yeah, and like they both get to like obviously the almost it's not like a bridge, but like a raised walkway almost from the stone, as if clearly setting out there if you're going to walk this way, you're going one very specific place, and it's to the what could be called a stone tower, if you will. And it does seem to go like quite high up. Like one of the tallest, probably the tallest building here. Let's face it. But the route you have taken, like quite into the depths of this place, you can see that this is maybe quite centralized to like just the layout you have witnessed thus far, and the amount you can like see how deep certain like kind of alleyways and stuff go. Yeah, you can definitely see that there is easily like a couple of hundred people living here. Easy. How much more you can say that, because you're not sure if there's levels to this place. Obviously, you're just seeing mostly surface stuff, but yeah. As I said, this big kind of cylindrical tower. Sorry, carry on.
A lot of them. Fascinating. Giants in such numbers. The amount of food they'll require. Jeez. You wouldn't say cheese because cheese is derived from Jesus, and
Mhm.
obviously that's
Cheese.
not something someone says. More like insert universe appropriate sound.
Was it by the Great Father's beard? You know.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Great Father has a beard. I mean, yeah, of course he does.
It's a beard of cloud lightning and misogyny. Um,
Oh. How dare you slur the Great Father?
By the
I think if you were
goddess,
referring to him like casually, you would probably just call him something like the Father.
Mhm.
You know.
Odin's son.
So you've
Sorry.
got you get so far to like this kind of walkway, and then like Kenrod continues to go up the steps, but the other one like stops and kneels, and again repeats those words in Primordial that he's like Kenrod had said to you, but he kind of like mutters them to himself almost. And again, it's not quite nonsensical, but there's no context to what he's saying, if that makes sense. It is definitely just like when people say the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, right? If you had no context to that, it would be gibberish. So, it's akin to that. And Kenrog, takes like one full-on step onto the walkway, points towards the tower and looks back at both of you and says, "Alorian." And then says to you, Thodun, "Go, take Shaman."
Is Lorraine the place or the tower? A person.
You asking him that?
I am.
He says, "Alorian, yes." He points back at the big tower.
Okay. So it's both. That's interesting.
I then obviously turn to Vanguard and says, we must go to Lorraine. Be it person or thing, I'm assuming we must find it ourselves.
Like Kenrog's relatively his body language is clearly eagerly trying to go, "We'll go," right? He is not saying that, but he is very much in the stance of, "I just go."
But then let's onward and upward, I suppose.
Yeah. I think when we do that, and obviously before we go, I turn to Kenrog and not bow to him.
You can nod though, right?
Yeah, just a thank you for. We'll hopefully see you again.
Well, I mean, you could
I'll
just.
give him a wee nod as well.
Yeah.
Are you saying anything to him,
He's
though, Thodun,
fine.
or are you just nodding?
I'll say we will be off. We will go to Lorraine.
And Kenrog says, "Yes, I will be here."
Hopefully see you soon. About our friends in the town. Don't be too harsh if anything happens, please.
Judgment
will
comes
have
from
work
the
with them.
stone, is what they say.
Say that again, sorry?
Judgment comes from the stone. Is the only thing he says back to you very resolutely. Basically, you can probably tell that you're not going to get mercy.
Yeah.
Yes, from that statement, his judgment comes from the stone.
Yeah.
B.O.B..
Yep, I'm gonna get mushed by a boulder. Again. In that case, I then sort of, okay, we'll be off, and then nod again and walk with Vanguard.
Yeah. Yep. And it's probably like an uncomfortably distant walk to the base of this tower, right from where you
Really?
were.
Certainly very reverent about this place.
Yeah, I
Might
was
even
getting
come
that
near
about myself.
Yeah, and as you're starting to kind of get to the midway point and stuff, this kind of it's much more raised up the further on you get, right? So the ground's falling away down and getting darker and darker. So it's definitely becoming more of a deep kind of steep bridge thing. As you are getting to the tower kind of base, there's a good bit of wind here as well.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's definitely again though, from both of your kind of backgrounds, you can tell the way the stone around it and above it has been shaped. It does seem to be funneling it in here, which is odd. Yeah. But don't know. Does anyone want to give me a nature check, and I could maybe give them a wee bit more if they hit the right number?
Do you want to take it or shall I? Ironically, I'm not that great.
I don't mind if you both roll. Right? Again, it's not something you can do together, but it's something that might twig for each of you. No pun intended.
Nature.
I'll take it.
Excellent. Yeah, Vanger definitely did not get this. Vanger's
No.
maybe though you're too busy looking at how well the stone bridge is carved, right? Given how high up it is.
Probably look at the city as well.
And yeah, obviously for you, Thodun, it kind of like dawns on you that the way this wind seems to be funneled would pull in birds naturally, which is maybe another way how they're able to sustain themselves.
Yeah, I was just thinking that would be.
Yeah, so that's maybe something that kind of like you're like, huh. It's maybe even something that your people have done in the past, long ago or something, right? Maybe like a lost technique or something. But yeah, that's definitely something you can. Yeah, you got 20, so yeah.
Yeah, it's just like everything you need to tell me, you can tell me. Like.
Yeah. So you definitely have like a. I don't know. Maybe there's like a nice vibe of old traditions that even your people are familiar with. Even if you don't use them anymore and they haven't been used for like a long last time, it's definitely something that's maybe been passed down through traditions in your people as well.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, you continue your journey obviously towards the base of the tower, and again it's all smooth.
I think obviously in the conversation, I would then obviously rolling that. I would then turn and obviously explain to Vanger that the history of it, and like this is. I have heard of people in my history, certainly my ancestry. It would be using traps or wind tunnels like this to draw in and ensnare. Probably not the right word to use. More like flying creatures, birds, bats, etc. That seem might be to use the sustenance. That's how they seem. Obviously, if there's that many people here, that might be how.
Maybe dawns on both of you that there is enough feather adornment on things that would tie in as well, right? Both of you could have spotted that on the way through the kind of town.
There must be some pretty big birds they get around here then.
You've seen the size of the cave. It would be more than fitting to do so. For them to be here, so.
Interesting. Of course, we always prefer to just any sort of mimes, bow and arrow. Better than getting shot in them.
Yeah.
Did we ascertain whether primitive guns exist in this world or not?
They don't.
They don't. Okay. Retcon that. He didn't say that. He said he just did the bow thing, and then
cannons would exist, right? Like ship-based cannons and stuff would exist, but like handguns, no. As I said, Tink had like the equivalent of firearm powers eventually, but didn't actually use them. That's like maybe like rock gnomes have that tech, but it's not like widely known, if that makes sense. So yeah, and rock gnomes kind of keep to themselves.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Like so much so that I don't even know where in the world they are.
So I will not, as to say, see anything about any of those guns. I don't know. But yeah, I'll sort of just sort of nod along in interest to the story of their sort of techniques.
This Alorian, I wonder what it could be or who it could be, and why Kenrock was so interested in you specifically being there.
I had to guess. First instinct is that it's probably the mountain. As for why they want me in particular there, when they have such a gift with the stone, couldn't say, but they seemed to. They recognised something about me immediately that made me of interest to them whenever I spoke the words of the primordial tongue. And did they say anything about why I was important to you?
They literally just said, "Take your shaman and come with me." That was the extent of the conversation I got from Kenrog.
I see. Shaman.
Yeah, it
That's
was.
more or less what I've been called by a few folks. It's not
Hmm,
typically the term we would use.
no.
I think myself more as a druid of sorts and
Mhm.
a priest, but shaman is a fair enough word for it.
The last person
Oh.
to call you shaman was the chief captain leader, right? Of the Gith.
Mhm.
Yeah,
that
actually,
fight?
Yeah, in the
yes.
fight of the.
In the monastery.
Mhm.
I couldn't remember if the giants down the mountain had done it, but no, they called me something about forest magic or something like that.
Yeah, basically like magic man, make us food. Stay
Mhm.
with us. Yeah.
A slightly less advanced form of giant. So yeah, like I think he's like, interesting. That's how they see me. But you know, I think he's quite happy with that. Like it probably feels, yes, fair enough. I am a person who has a bit of a sort of relationship with natural powers and what have
Mhm.
you. I don't know that he knows that there's any special reason he would be selected for this, because after all, he could speak the language, or at least he could speak some of the language.
Enough to get by.
Oh my god, you compared it to Latin. They only know some stuff that they've learned by rote, don't they?
Don't know. Find out.
Okay, right. You know what? Vanger has a theory. I think this might be the case, and I think it's definitely what would occur to Vanger. Like, wait, I think I only heard them say. Well, it sounded like prayers or rites, the sort of stuff that you could easily learn without really knowing the language.
Okay.
They might
How?
not be fluent.
Okay.
In other words, they might not actually be able to have a conversation with someone who speaks the language. So, if they're, what was the name again? Sorry, out of character.
Alorian.
Alorian. If this being or entity, whatever, if it speaks only primordial, they'd only be able to pick up the bits that were similar enough to the stuff that they've learned by rote. If that's the case, I might be mistaken, but he didn't seem to use it conversationally. He seemed to still interact with you, so I think that might be what it is. They needed someone who spoke the language. All right, this is all coming together marvelously.
Then let's make haste. And we shall
I'm
get
a
to
lot.
Alorian and find out.
Listen, I'm trying, but these legs don't carry very fast.
Oh dear.
Because you're like, remember, your legs are like almost the height. of
Yeah,
me.
I'm like, you are under my legs. Like,
Yeah.
come on, little man, keep up.
I keep it up. Alorian, yeah. Okay.
Just for Thodun's benefit, because he asked my question there. So there we go.
Yeah,
There you go. Perfect.
cool. I was. Just so I know the spelling is.
Yeah, you go.
oh,
Almost perfect. Just that last day's no, that's all.
Nice.
Yeah. It's Liza with a Z, not Lisa with an S. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, as I said, you get to the base of the like kind of cylindrical tower, and it's smooth.
Oh, of course that is.
That's
Oh. Well, we need. I think we need your skills again.
You also know that if you didn't have the stature you had, you might find it difficult to like not get blown off the side of the bridge. Granted, there is
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
a, it is quite a wide bridge though. It is quite a wide bridge, so, it'll take a while.
Now, this is interesting. Can you do it again to shape a path up there?
I can, but I might not be able to get us out.
I trust that we'll be able to return.
Harsh cut to the entire mountain collapsing.
We've come this far, and think about it. This forest, which is whatever may have been of her, is gone, and it seems Eltris has been saved from a darker fate to perhaps reside here in her place should he choose that path. You, who else could have brought us in here? Some others, I'm sure, know the magic, but you have the giant's blood in your veins, do you not? We could have found any other person who knew the mountain and knew the paths, and they'd have done as well as you in our mind, surely, because after all, no one's been to bloody Paris,
Yeah.
and yet we picked you. And now, they need a speaker of Primordial. Just so happens, I learned the old ways well. So, everything is all falling into place. No, we have to forge on.
I sort of give you the look of
Love.
what have we got ourselves into?
Viger is completely convinced and sincere. He is like 100% all in, and this is divine, like ordination. This is destiny.
The doom
Okay,
of
let's-
man.
I once again place my hands on where the door would be. Same stance, same.
Yep.
Well, maybe 1 foot in front of the other, sort of giving myself more of a purchase.
Yeah. And this time, mark off your second level 4th spell slot. Yep.
And look at Vanger before I do so, like, and turn and say, like, brace yourself again, like, you know what happened last time, let's not have a repeat.
And there is a lot of wind here as well, so obviously if you did lose your footing, it might
Yeah.
be kind of like...
Yeah. Player agency moment.
Yeah.
Is it
Pitons himself
likely-
to the ground.
Is it likely that well, no, is it likely that turning into something small that could climb onto his back would be advantageous here, or would that just be more likely to get me blown off?
I think
Because
it
I'm
might,
sort of thinking
it might
like,
be more likely that you get blown off.
'cause my thought was like, is the wind so bad that it's more of a threat than the likely vibration, right? Because if I turn into a cat, the wind's just going to chuck me off
Then if the
immediately.
vibrations are bad enough, this bridge might collapse. So it's 6.5 dozen, I think, at this stage, right? I suppose you could always save
You know
your
what?
wild
Vanger
shape.
believes in this, so he's just gonna brace himself, leaning heavily in his staff. You know, he's thoroughly braced himself. Legs
Plus,
splayed.
changing into like an insect or something is probably what you want to do on the way down if you do fall, right?
Yeah,
I think, again, player agency, if you can root yourself into the floor or onto me,
Some weird gestalt power where it just fuses with you.
literally just like some woods like Groot.
don't know that I have anything particularly suitable. Oh my god! Could I entangle us?
Probably.
Let me just check the wording.
Paste
Casting
it.
Weeds and Vine sprout from the ground. 20-foot square starting from point with a creature in the area. You can voluntarily fail a save throw, can't you?
I will say, I don't think there's anything wrong with entangling yourself, but you could also use rope and tie yourselves to each other. I know it's less fun.
Sure, but my idea is that this will literally route us to the bridge.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing can stop us.
If the bridge falls, we're fucked either way, right?
Yeah, true.
So I'm gonna I'm going to entangle. I'm going to use a level 1 slot to entangle directly on us.
You can go prone.
Where's the fun?
I always thought Entangle was an attack spell.
No, it doesn't say enemy or anything.
No,
it
no,
doesn't
I
mark,
know.
so-
It's an area spell that hinders. Yeah.
Slows people and hinders.
So
yeah,
I'm
yeah, that's what I'd always thought
voluntarily
about.
giving up my save, and I'm letting the vines wrap round my legs, and
I'm
know,
going to
maybe
assume
one
you're
of my
going to
arms.
time this so that this happens just as he's done his spell, because otherwise it doesn't restrained interfere with his ability to cast Stone Shape.
Does it?
Well, VSM, and if you're restrained, right?
Okay.
Remember, if everybody goes to their wonderful cheat sheet of what restrained means,
Right.
does
That's
it limit?
fair.
It might not.
I've misunderstood restraint. Let me check.
Let's have a look. Let's find it out. Let's all learn together. So,
Well, I could prepare the action.
no, I think you might be fine actually for that, because it just says for restrained, speed 0, can't benefit from bonuses to speed, disadvantage on attack
That's what I
rolls,
thought it was.
attack has advantage and disadvantage on dex saving throws. So,
Yeah.
The awkward
So
thing
just
is if
not
there's
doing
As I say-
anything. It just
the only thing he's done is given you disadvantage on dex saving throws, with the hopes that the vines are going to hold you in place instead of just your own sure-footedness.
Admittedly, you can try and save against it.
But no, if you've
do you want
explained
me
it
to
to him.
try?
But none of this would interfere with your casting, is what the bottom line
Yeah.
was, which is good.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to
Vanger
check.
will say, let them grasp you. I think they will hold us to the bridge.
I trust you. But if this goes not the way we intend, I don't want to say like tits up because I don't think that's what it would say. So, then yeah, this is yeah. And then are you ready?
Aye.
Let's go. And I then use the magic on the door in the stance and stuff.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So, everybody else, you wander through the town.
I'm bringing this table down.
You're wandering through the town, and these are seeing like creatures still like towering over you, maybe like Thodun's height or a bit higher. Clearly like kids, right, running around playing, as well. Like very much like following you guys through town. Any interaction from like Caldrath, Fleabite, or Eltris, because you still haven't found any kind of like tavern-y type place yet. You've mostly been kind of like going around like what seems to be trade hubs, so it is a bit like a slightly unusual looking marketplace, but does kind of look more like people are trading directly from like where they seem to live. And for the most part, nobody seems to really be paying you guys attention. Like they'll be aware of you, like the way you'd be aware of somebody else's pet if you visited them. Any reaction from Caldrath, Fleabite, or Eltris?
I think probably say to regarding the kids. Younglings following us, yes.
Oh god.
Ignite lightsaber.
Oh no.
Open Shadow Blade, yeah.
Fleabite has so many of those blades.
Yes.
So the main thing that is going through my mind that I'm trying to ignore is the fact that I have a giant's hand in my bag.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't do that. Do not pull that out.
I will just let everyone.
It's under the
Like-
elk carcass, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Leave it there.
And there's a door on
Yeah.
top of it as well. Or bits of a door.
Well, part
And I know nothing about this hand. So I'm
Nope.
not really any comment on it at all. I know nothing.
I'm also thinking, if I dropped my communication with Vanger, I could initiate conversation with, or attempt to initiate conversation with other people, but I kind of don't want to lose Vanger.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah,
which-
but I like that like debate going. I like that like maybe slight inner struggle, because that's quite interesting, right? I think it shows a lot about Fleabite actually being concerned about Vanger's well-being. It's good.
Well, I figure something's going to happen to them. We need to know
Yep.
so we can run.
Oh yeah, he's your canary.
Yeah. But yeah, just saying that they're following us.
Keldrath? Yeah.
I think I'm looking through my sheet to see if there's anything I can think of doing to try and entertain them in any way, just to
Yeah, like Gandalf's
try and
fireworks
some
moment
sort
in
of
the Shire.
friendship.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
I was also
Um,
thinking that and illusioning it, but I was just going to wait.
I'm confused. Are you talking about entertaining the younglings or entertaining me and Fleabite? Who's entertaining with the fireworks?
Whoever needs entertained,
Yeah.
let me roll against my performance skill, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what the plan would be. I've got nothing in mind.
So, Eltris, what have you been with us for that description there? Like, there's like
Yeah.
possibly
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
between like 7 and 9 foot kids running around, giants kids, like kind of like basically like what you would imagine kids. I think what every war movie's had this, where soldiers walk through like a war-torn country and all the kids follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Same kind of idea. Only these kids are much bigger.
Hate me.
They're trying to get you to buy a TV.
They're not.
T-shirts.
So, Eltris?
Like honestly, I don't know. Like I'm not sure how Elvis would honestly react to it. Like,
Nothing in your like D&D descriptors that come up? No.
I mean, like, like obviously what Keldrath is saying is about like entertaining and stuff. Like, I feel like, like he's a soldier in that, so he probably has like. Obviously, you're talking about the kind of war-torn stuff. You mean so he's probably saw stuff like that before and kind of knows how to kind of handle kids, if that makes sense. Probably not kids that are double the height of him. Yeah, like what I mean. But also, like I've also been looking through my sheet. I've got no items anyway, so I don't even know what Eltris would do because it's not like
hands them a sword.
Would you like I've got a silver great sword here.
You got a normal great sword as well, do you know?
I got a what?
You got a normal great sword as well, do you know?
I do. I do, yeah. But I'm not giving him a sword, no matter what. Like, that's not going to happen.
Well,
But I do have. I've got a deck of cards. I could show the magic tricks. I've got proficiency in that, and I've got a +1 to my sleight of hand.
Okay.
I mean, we could easily put on a show because I've got a 7 acrobatics. So, I mean,
well, if you tell me what you want to do visually, like I'll work out what roles we're doing. But you've definitely got their attention, that's for sure, and they've definitely done that thing where they're keeping enough distance so that if you like reacted badly, they'd be able to like dart away. But they are clearly curious kids following you through the town.
I think visually, we should probably leave Thodun and Vanger and go start a circus with these checks that I've got.
Visually, just visually.
not actually, but just visually, yeah.
So
it appeared that we had done this.
Is Fleabite just obfuscating Vanger and Thodun at all times then while doing like juggling?
Yeah.
Bizarre. Anyway, so let's make this snappy. What are you doing?
Well, the other thing I am interested in, first of all, is you've mentioned that there are stalls and things like that. Is there anything interesting there that...
Again, not so much stalls. It seems like people are trading, but it does seem like they're taking it from like where they seem to stay to somewhere else. So there is trade, and it does seem to be like everywhere seems to be a marketplace, right?
But I'm guessing it's more specific. It's like I have this, and I know you need it, and I kind of want this.
Yeah,
it's
like
less.
You've seen people carry things from like where they seem to live walk away to someone else's building, go in there, and then like you can see them exchange goods, and then they part ways and go back to where they live. Yeah, seems to be a very direct trade that seems to be established. Nobody seems to like set out a stall and had like a bunch of stuff set out for people to come and peruse. That doesn't seem to be a thing here. So that's what I mean by it is a bit different to like marketplaces that you've seen before, because this isn't really a market. This just seems to be people know who has what they need and they trade each other for it. Yeah.
Trading amongst themselves, basically.
Yeah. That's what you seem to have
Yeah,
noticed.
okay.
Yeah.
I think Fleabite will say to the others, squeak with them will be difficult, yes. So why not do something to make favor, yes? Something like, and then Fleabite will do like fireworks, I guess. It's probably more like a massive explosion than like nice fireworks, but
I mean, you've witnessed a lot of explosions from Tink to know what those look like, so yeah. The good thing about it, though, Vanguard, is it's silent image.
Okay,
yeah.
so at least it would just be visual,
Yeah, literally visually. So yeah.
visually.
Yeah, so I think you do that, and I think they flinch back. So they obviously didn't expect that. But they're doing that kind of morbid curiosity look from behind things. And like they've clearly been like teasing each other and stuff, and like kind of almost like egging each other on as if to like, you know, who'll get closest to the strangers, you know? But yeah, beyond that, you've just kind of like made them take cover. Anything else, Kildrath or Eltris or Fleabite?
I'll do some
Really
magic
good idea.
tricks. Can I do that with my deck of cards and like just make a card appear in my hand and disappear and appear? But really, I'm just putting it behind my hand with my fingers through my amazing sleight of hand.
I mean, you can definitely do it through your amazing performance.
Nah, I don't want to do it then. It's okay. Never mind. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, you can do it with sleight of hand, 100%.
I mean, I'll be honest. That was a joke. Sleight of hand and performance are both the exact same.
No, but
modifier.
yeah, it's like, say for like this moment like this is about 6.5 as far as I'm concerned. Like, it
Let's go
like,
for performance since you said that first. And
performance
you
would have a bigger impact on them, but sleight of hand would be a technically like more impressive display. But it depends what they would care about, showmanship or actual technical accuracy, you know.
We'll do performance, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Eh.
Okay, and then yeah, like it seems to have like maybe brought them out a little bit from like their cover that they've all kind of taken after like Fleabite's picture of an explosion. And are you holding that image at all, as if it's still there?
I
or
was
you
going to
just
try and animate it. Because
your creepy fucking stop motion animation style you've probably
well,
got.
I can make it appear fluid-ish. Trying to think.
A fluid explosion.
Mm-mm.
That's not useful.
Nope, it's never useful. No, you just always need to go to the spell itself.
I'm pretty sure, like, you can make someone look like they're walking.
Yeah. So, these, I was like, as the kids, like, kind of look at you guys, and then they,
Yeah,
You know.
because that's what I was like.
one of them seemed to be like pushing you, like, not pushing you, but like pushing one of them, like forwards as if like trying to encourage him. They're obviously clearly like talking to each other quite like briefly, and one of them walks forward, and then like, you know, as you're like holding your cards up, Eltris, one of them like puts their hand on the ground, and then like lifts up a fairly big like tablet shaped slab, in their hand, as if, you know, proportionally appropriate to the playing card you're holding for your hand, and then like close their hands together, and then open it again, and it's a, you know, like some kind of weird, like maybe like an eagle or something, right? Like a stone eagle, some kind of winged thing.
Well, that's more impressive than what I done.
And then they hold it between both hands, as if like holding the wings very delicately, and they like hold it out towards you, and they let it go, and it like falls into the stone as if it was water.
I think I don't know if this would sound condescending or not, but like I would clap, you know what I mean? But like, as if I'm making a big deal of it to be like, oh yeah, that was really cool. Like the way you do with a kid, you know? And I'd
Mm-hmm.
clap for them and show amazement in my face and be like, yeah, well done. Because I know they can't understand me, so there's no point in saying
Yeah.
it to them. You know?
I think like they kind of like teased by like their friends, and they all just run away laughing.
Ah.
So
Aye.
Well done. Eldritch, you made a bully.
so
Victim.
we click all the way back to the spell stone shape
God.
working, and
Aha! You said working.
yes, working, and the stone itself parts, and there's like a big arched doorway, that appears, relatively slender compared to the big entrance where he's come into, but still like about 30 foot tall, right? And it leads straight into like a kind of big spirally kind of pathway that seems to be like pulling itself out of the tower walls as you like walk into the entranceway. And you just look up, and it just seems to be like making this kind of like snaking. I would say staircase, but it's not. It's more like a ramp, all the way up. It seems like your stone shapes kept going.
Right, okay.
There is a singular kind of shaft of light that seems to come from like some unknowably high place that you can't quite see, and it shines light onto a fairly large tree right in the center of this tower.
Hell.
Singular large tree. The tree's about 20 foot high, and at the base of the tree there is like a kind of pool of water around the soil that has the tree in the center, and the ramp obviously goes up and away around and up.
Look at Thodun.
I think we both just look at each other.
No. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was not expecting a tree.
Elchris, at that exact moment, obviously from an audience point of view, you have that feeling of connection I described earlier amplify a lot.
I thought that might happen.
Oh, okay.
We found you!
Well, let's. And I start walking towards it.
And I followed you.
He's going up the ramp he's made, or he's going just into the center of the tower, which is at the base of the tower where this tree is.
I think
Go
we
to
should
the
go
tree
through the tree
first.
first.
Yeah.
Investigate it.
What are you investigating for?
Honestly, there's a tree in
Mhm.
rock
Mhm.
in the it's magic, right? So Arcana to see, do I recognize what kind of magical tree this is? My staff is a magical tree. I know a thing or two about magical trees.
I
It's
mean,
just generally like, what the fuck is this? Arcana is what I'm thinking.
well, it's not detect magic, but you can roll Arcana if you want. I can give you any kind of obvious arcanic knowledge that would be appearing.
Yeah.
Nothing that you're aware of, other than like spells that create trees, right? Which I am sure there must be at least one.
It's fascinating.
But there aren't like any arcane runes or anything that you can spot. And there is water and light and soil.
Yeah, so it could naturally occur.
But it is 100% at the base of a giant stone tower.
I think the tree's just a tree. Fascinating.
Then do you wish to press on up the tower?
Well, the tower's got to lead somewhere, and that seems to be where your magic wants us to go. Aye,
Yeah.
let's go for it. My legs are starting to regret this.
Yeah, just looking up and seeing how far that spiraled like ramp goes, you're like, oh. Yep. So you both head up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, you just climb and climb and climb. It's a while.
Did climb.
Yeah. No. Just
And what was that other thing we did? Climb?
yeah. Yeah. And again, no handrails. No budget for handrails here.
Yeah, no budget.
But again,
This was
like,
designed by George Lucas.
but those giants could easily walk here, right? Like you could imagine, like Kenrog walking up here, right? There's enough room for that, so it's maybe not that terrifying.
This is only a flight of stairs for them rather than.
And yeah, you got quite high, and you think, you must have covered quite a good bit of ground, given that you can no longer like see the tree at the bottom. Like just the column of light that kind of seems to be shining down the middle. A lot of wind, obviously, still, from what seemingly is above, right? So it's almost like the tower at the top seems open. You just get to the top, and yeah, like there's flush stone at the top. The kind of ramp seems to have like kind of literally opened its way all the way into like just the top of the tower that seems again flat. And there is like a massive kind of like spinning, almost cyclone of wind that seems to be surrounding the edges of the tower. The user inside, and you hear a booming voice in Primordial and Giant saying, "Why are you here?" And the wind passes past both of you as if like convalescing in the middle of the tower, and forms this person. I'll put
It's a person. Hiya, pal.
and they are about 20 foot tall.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
And again, that weird like
No shoes.
yeah, no shoes, right? So it must be a form of
Shoes
rank. And yeah, like they formed themselves out of wind, as I said. And like when you're looking at them, it does seem like parts of them are still like fluttering in the wind, as if not fully solidified. And their voice refocuses again and says, "Why do you come before Alorian?" And that's where we end the session.
Thought it might be.
Yeah. So, what would you like to call the session?
Ain't no mountain high enough.
That's clever. That's really funny.
Put suggestions in. Vote as per usual.
I had an idea earlier, but I've forgotten what it was.
That might just make the word count, to be fair. It might just be the exact length of the word
Also,
count.
here's a simple one.
That was good. I guess I know what Alexander wrote in his notes this week.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Any suggestions, folks?
I do, but I can't word it.
I actually genuinely cannot believe how badly you all rolled for your bloody perception checks at that watch. Like, just, yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all. It's good.
To be fair, it got us there alive, didn't it?
I mean, there's not like noticing things would have killed you. Yeah.
Then we would have tried to engage something, and that might have killed us. And
This is true.
Yeah, it is entirely possible that just not noticing things meant not fighting them.
yeah.
Any other suggestions? Or are we good for suggestions?
There was something that was said earlier, and I'm trying to remember it.
I see Sunday typing. Now, I'm trying to think what I would even suggest for this one, because I feel like normally I try and put a suggestion in, but we had obviously your camping, you had your scouting, you had your cooking, you had the stone door, right?
Speak primordial and enter, except that's not quite how it worked.
Stonewalled, yeah, that's not bad as well.
Windy City.
So just Seattle, yeah. You climb the
Yeah.
needle, yeah.
Sorry, I've cleared my throat a lot
That's
at
okay.
the moment. I'm trying to pause, mute when I remember to, but I don't always remember to.
Push to talk.
Oh, no, I can't trust myself to remember to do that either.
Also just City of Wind and Stone as well.
City of Angel.
Fleabag, did you vote for Stoned? Fleabag.
I think it encapsulates the session well enough.
Leading Tower of Lorien, yeah. Right. Any other votes, folks?
I'm just trying to find my deer so I can vote. My stag, I mean, sorry.
Entangled could work, actually, yeah.
Mm.
But there wasn't like a dramatic enough moment with it.
It was still cool, though, right? It was still a nice utility moment. Leave me a Lorien
come
is
on,
good,
moth.
yeah.
Don't go on my computer screen. Don't go. Come on. There's a moth. Please don't. Don't want you there.
It's always like City Slickers like it.
That was sort of the reference. Sort of. It's obviously split up. Cracked it all in half.
Yeah, I honestly got nothing after this. Yeah, it's me. I was tapped out after my suggestions. Right, well, we've got two terrible votes for one I'm never going to allow, so that's good so far.
There's a moth. I'm apologising because the moth distracted me. Sorry.
Death by Stone.
Yep.
Yes, in Futurama.
Yep.
Yeah.
I changed my vote.
Just to Craig. Yeah. Oh dear. Excellent.
No, I'm going to seriously vote for this one because it's like best. There we go. There's my serious vote.
Okay, we got a winner yet? Nope, no winners yet. Excellent. Caldrath, you've voted.
You have to make a judgment as the
Oh, Caldrath hasn't voted yet.
chief.
Nope.
But if I do vote, it's going to be it's not going to make anything.
That's okay. Just
It's like
vote
a
for what you
bit-
want. It's still worth having your say.
Yeah.
So if I have to make a
Well, like
tiebreaker
the-
regardless, I might pick the one you vote for. Who knows? I might not, but who knows?
I'm going to change my vote.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
What did you change it?
City Splitters. I just changed the picture.
You know, right, I want to make this easy. I want to change my vote as well.
Again. Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
I know, I'm sorry.
The reason I've gone for the one I've got is I've got I don't know whether any of you are old enough to remember the old Godzilla cartoon that used to be on Godzilla and Godzuki.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The theme tune to that.
It's not bad. It's
To
not bad.
Thodun's hand.
Almost the same
Anyway.
droll as Rawhide, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yep.
exactly that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I'm old enough. Don't worry. I got years. Yeah. Well, it looks like it's
Originally.
two Totons Tall's winning. Yay.
Oh, there were better ones than that. Come on.
See, I like it because it reminds me of who
Thodun?
was it? There was someone. No, there was someone, and they were talking about like how to measure a passage of time, but you do it in Titanics. So like, if you're working for like 6 hours, you work for 2 Titanics, and I find that really funny because like Titanic lasts like 3 hours, and it's just really funny. So I like to measure time in Titanics, and then I can measure distance in Thodun's.
Excellent. It's moving swiftly on.
Is
Goals.
Titanic 3 hours long?
I don't know. I think it's like 2.5 or something like that. But
Because that's far too long for a film about a boat.
yeah,
Goals. Did any happen?
I know it's not just a. Did any happen? Define happen.
Titanic is 3 hours and 30 minutes long.
there you go.
That's stupid. That's wrong and immoral.
And that's not even the extended version.
Here's the thing, Thodun.
Yes.
Have you considered the possibility that
Yes.
you might have? Yeah, yeah. Because right. Also, a good movie should be 2 hours 37 minutes long.
Sir Sniffs a lot in the chat has said measure in Return of the Kings. Yep.
I actually measure in Return of the Max.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Fair.
Goes quicker.
So, I'll ask again. Any goals done? Yay? Nay?
Return of the King is 3 hours 40 minutes. Sorry.
Plus, it depends which ending you want to go for. The first 5 endings or the last 7. Since
Aye.
there's so many ending points to that movie. But yeah, so
252 minutes long.
we don't seem to have reached the city of Barris.
No.
We haven't
We don't even know
decided-
what the size place is called yet. The guy never gave me an idea.
haven't decided the fate of the dragon egg.
And it probably never will.
Haven't investigated what influenced magic there because you've left that area.
No, we have.
Get closure
But, you know,
for
it's
Eric
connected.
and use stag as Cynthia intended.
Hasn't come up yet.
Not yet.
Maybe
Uh,
next episode.
Fashion cold weather gear from Mountain Fauna. Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you think you could take those kids, Fleabit?
Let's not.
Some of the feathers that you were mentioned earlier might come in handy.
Especially if they were bigger. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely bigger. Right. Eltris, come to terms with / learn duties of the Guardian.
No.
Vanger is doing well still. You haven't failed your goal yet since you have the inverse
Yep.
conditions. Yep. And Thodun, how do you feel about your goal? Because remember how we
Because of the
described it
walking of
before? Yeah.
I think I've completed this goal.
Okay.
It's a possible relocation. Doesn't need to be the exact one.
But remember my wording about how, because of its wording, that's why it means you're not going to look for a better place. You consider this to be like peak, right? Like the way we described the forest and the monastery. Remember?
Aye.
It means you've made your mind up and you're happy with that decision. Because goals can't be double dipped, as it were.
Aye.
So, unless you want to reword the goal to be a bit more definitive, it's entirely up to you. Because really collecting a bunch of possible locations for your relocation
No, exactly.
isn't really a qualifier, right? It's kind of saying this is the one. Because then it's a definitive, it's done, right? So, realistically, if you, and again, I mean this is as a player, if you're deciding that this is what Thodun thinks would be the best place for his people, you would then maybe want to word to go like, get permission for your people to live here too. Right? And then that's like a yes or no we can work on,
Aye.
if that makes sense. And then that way you can have a definitive that goal's done. Right? Does that make sense? Can you see why I'm
No, yeah,
defining
follow it.
good? As long as it makes sense to somebody. That's the main thing.
As long as what you're saying makes sense.
Yes, it does help if it makes sense. Right, while you're having a think about that then, is anyone else changing, deleting, or removing, or adding goals? Because obviously a bunch might no longer be relevant.
I think I'm okay with mines, but I do want to say if we're talking about the wording, Chris probably should change it because technically that says atop the mountain, and by definition that means that you'd have to relocate to Barris, would it not, if that was atop the mountain rather than on the mountain?
I mean, from a really weirdly pedantic point of view, I suppose anything on the mountain
Yeah.
is atop the mountain, so Yeah.
But we're in the mountain.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So.
Maybe no, not for me anyway.
Okay. I mean, but general goals included, though, buddy.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Any thoughts on them?
We don't know the third one down. Investigate what is influencing magic in the area.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We don't know if that's still what's been affected here or not, because it was Thodun's magic, wasn't it?
No. Fangers.
Banger's magic in particular that was being affected. So we don't know if that's still the case.
No, we do, because
whether
his
it's-
entangle didn't take any effort to conjure.
Yeah, well,
Right.
fair enough.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. We got to, he was nicely very vivid about giving us a good example.
Yeah.
Yep. He did manage to pin them both down with entangle. So.
Wording wise, would this be alright?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Get permission from a Lorraine to allow relocation of my people?
You mean to there? Or just like,
Yeah.
are they allowed to move? Sure.
Well, I don't care as long as I'm over here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hilarion, do you have your real estate license? Any chance you can hook us up? Yeah.
Go get permission from a Lorraine for village merger.
Interesting. Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's quite good.
I like that. Sounds very professional.
Mm-hmm. Just the word merger.
Yeah. Okay. So, obviously, I feel like Reach City of Barris is staying in the General's Goals list, right?
Mm-hmm.
Decide the Fate of the Dragon Egg hasn't happened yet. Is it still going to be a goal in the goals page here? Because again, nobody's having that conversation yet. So, or is that something you're waiting till you have hit Barris before you deal with? So that's the case. It can stay.
I feel it's something we haven't even discovered if there is an actual dragon egg. So
No, but people that are powerful have told people, right? And that's the whole reason you're walking up Death Mountain.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So like you could still say when we get there, we're all agreed that we're there to either protect it or scramble it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that is something, and it means that you would definitively be stuck on that until something viably justifiable, like new information, would make you change that opinion. You can't just willy-nilly change your opinion after completing a goal based on it. It does mean that your character would want to achieve that at most costs, unless major twist appears to make you change your opinion. So that's what I mean by that.
Twist.
He's a very, very important Baru general.
Okay.
He's called Major Twist.
Weird he's called Major. Yeah, that's
It was just a
unfortunate.
nickname that his men gave him.
He has a dance named after him. Funny seeing this guy doing this, man.
It's actually my favourite anime character, Moko
Weirdly
Kusanagi, is
enough, it's
nicknamed
the
the Major.
Monster Mash.
Yes.
Ah,
um, so, are you keeping Decide the Fate of the Dragon Egg?
I think
Yeah.
so. I think it's something that's going to start to become more and more relevant in the coming sessions. So unless we have something more pressing, I think it's worth keeping.
Okay. Investigate what is influencing magic in the area. As I said, that was literally the edge of the forest where he's buried the Genasi. So I feel like he's have left that.
yeah.
We can have a bad that.
Yeah.
It might come
At
back
least
up
we know
because,
that obviously Vanguard's power is at work here, but didn't there for some reason as well as they should have. But yeah, obviously with Cynthia's comment that she made to you as well, I can understand why you would have focused on that. But definitely feels like since then you haven't experienced any kind of like interference.
again, it might have been something back then. In hindsight, try your magic again after the witch and the stag were dead. See if it was them that were influencing your magic. But we never
Dead.
thought of that at the time.
No, so it was when he was trying to help bury her. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But maybe even the
Yeah.
act of burying her. Who knows? Right.
Mm.
We don't know. Said she did seem to do a weird ritual with an earth elemental stone and stuff, so I think that's gone, I would say.
Yeah.
And then get Clajerez for Eric. How are we feeling about that? Do we think his brother made it up this high?
Yeah, maybe the
Possibility.
bats that took him did.
Right.
He might have been sucked up with.
Yeah. Like it.
That's true.
Right.
I mean, if the bats get this far, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Yeah, you can keep it if you still want to pursue it.
I'll investigate that. And
Okay. Somebody wipe investigate please from the list for the influencing imaginary. It's no longer relevant. And obviously use stag as Cynthia intended seems to still be something that she felt strongly about. How do you feel about it?
I still think there's going to be a need for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I have so much faith in
Whatever.
Cynthia.
Whatever else I think of her, I don't think she made that up. It seems like it's possible she made up her being a threat to us as an excuse to do something that she'd kind of hoped we would do, but hadn't.
Mm.
I don't know. It's not clear to me what exactly happened there, but I do think, like, I don't think that, oh, you need this stag head was just to make us feel better about her killing them, because obviously she did see that I was unconvinced.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's what it was. I don't think she's making that up.
Fair. Okay, so that'll stay as well. Good. I'm just adjusting the spelling. Yep. Gift him the closures.
Yes.
Yep. And okay, so is anyone changing their personal goals beyond what I've obviously looked at for Thodun? Based on what you have experienced now, I guess.
I am not.
Okay. Eltris. Oh, Keldreth, if you've got opinions as well, yep.
Oh, I was just going to say I'm not either.
It's okay.
There's nothing viable in here for me to change it
It's
at the
fine.
moment. So
Banger, assuming you're keeping yours.
I am indeed.
Yeah. We got a
I'm
general.
still intending to keep you alive.
We got a blank general goal. What are we doing with it?
I'm thinking, try and I know it's probably a dead end.
Let's
I want
say it
to
anyway.
try and get out of this city alive.
Nope, those are never goals.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like, progress the game is never a goal.
Might not, might die.
'Cause it
What about something along the lines of trying to get the giants to point us in the right direction?
surely up's the right direction.
That's what they want you to think.
Wait a minute, Barris is
you could be
down?
climbing up when Barris is actually really under the mountain. Oh, Barris is the mountain. No, it's not.
I mean, it actually is. It's Mount Barris. That's the name of the
Yeah.
mountain.
Yep.
Elephants famously don't like being out in the sun.
You never forget.
Did that one time.
Tan lines. So, general goals. What could you get up to in a town full of giants? After having weirdly had a strange exchange between giant children with, like, party tricks.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
That's what I was going to say. There seems to be, I don't know what the goal could be, but maybe something to do with all this stone magic that they're able to do. You know what I mean? Like, is one of them made a bird out of stone and then turned it into what looked like water that was just stone.
Well, it merged into the stone as if it was water, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the goal would be there, but, like, I don't know, something.
What about you and your weird connection to this place?
Oh, yeah, that's a cool thing, isn't it?
Is it? Is there a goal there? No?
I don't know, is there? Don't know, I mean, there was that tree. That
Mhm.
was quite strange, you know what I mean? So, like...
Maybe they're also looking for a chosen one.
It's just actually, that's their term for it. It's a mistranslation. It means gardener.
Have
when
you
you're on
been
lawnmower.
looking for a chosen one?
Uh-huh. Oh dear. So that's
For sure.
there. I'll just know.
I don't know what the goal would be for it though. You know what I mean?
Also,
I'm trying
learning the
to,
name of the village is just actually getting them to say it. It's not really a goal.
Yet
Or
no
just
one has
read
said it.
It's because more interesting things happened that got their attention.
Wow.
Bunch of little kind of creatures managed to get the stone to let them into their like secret giant city. What's that about? The time for saying,
So-
well, here's what this place is called, buddy, and here's an atlas.
Where are we
So-
actually on the map?
Just to review,
Mhm.
we outside of the stone and the doorway into this place. Eltress was being affected by
Like a longing
his
for the
powers or
forest.
whatever it is.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. The minute we entered here, off onto, I will say stone.
Mhm.
So no contact with earth as such. It was stone. His powers, the longing disappeared.
It quieted. It never disappeared. It quieted a lot. Yeah.
I
And
thought you said
then
it was once they found the tree that happened.
No, I said once they found the
No.
tree,
Back.
You tangled.
you got that sense of. Remember, I told you that your sense of longing for the forest died way down. That something here was weirdly pulling you, and then when they opened the tower,
Oh,
you had
yeah.
that stronger pull.
I've got you. Sorry.
That's okay.
Simple way to think it. Have you seen Twilight?
No, I can hardly say no.
No.
I would
Cool,
have thought you'd
never
have
mind.
watched Twilight. To be fair, Tom. I
If there's a watch the first one, someone admit
Okay,
it, but
there you
yes,
go. There you go. I have seen most of them. I think I might have seen all of them. I wouldn't say they were good, but I've seen them all.
You know, like the only reason I've not watched them is mostly because like Heather told me about like the ending and stuff because she hated the
Oh
end
yeah,
of
it's
them
absolute
because,
garbage.
like, yeah, so then I was like, oh,
By the way,
I'm
let's
gonna
not.
watch
This
it.
is way too far on the side. So,
Yeah,
what was
okay,
your
sorry.
point there, Thodun? Can you summarise that
so
point?
yeah,
Oh, sorry, Calvin.
Aye,
What-
basically, the longing that you're having is basically Jacob wants Bella, but really he wants Bella's Wayne. And it's that pull towards the child. Obviously, I'm not saying that you want a child, but it's that sort of longing. It's not really the forest you want, but it's maybe, I don't know, something to do with the tree.
Mm. Yeah. I mean,
But
forests
that's
are
that only
notoriously made up of trees, and the fact that that tree
Yep.
seems to be called. Yep, there is definitely a
that
correlation.
single tree, though.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
World tree.
What were you saying,
I think
Caldress?
Eltress.
Idrisil.
Sleep out.
no, it was more or less the same way I was heading. We can put in this, find out what's blocking the pull, or find out why even a single tree is enough to pull it for his drag him that way.
Yeah, could be.
Would the stone giants know, or would we have to go back to our goddess type to find that out?
Mm.
We don't seem to stick around anywhere long enough to ask any pertinent questions, if that makes any sense. We just seem to always push on.
True that. To be fair.
Well, we are trying to go somewhere.
Yes, exactly. We've got that focus.
Mhm.
That focus is drawing us on, and I do get that. But
And there is a risk of there being some kind of wedding hijinks here if you stay too long.
in another city, avoid
Yeah.
another wedding.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's what my secret game is. It's just the wedding planner, but like the wedding disaster. Yeah. So, okay. So what's like, if you can't make if you don't necessarily
That
make
one, Mark?
anything of this say, what's the oh, in fact, I don't know. Let me go back to it. Was it so? Query the correlation to the forest guardian and the giants. Yeah, I suppose you could try that. Yeah. Well, again, that's like a question, right? Like, who are you asking that to? It would kind of
All
almost
of
have
them.
to be like, discover link, if any, to blah 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 blah, right? Assuming like it need to be like definitive that way. Because query that's just like, so have you guys heard of this? No? Okay. Can I have my goal, please? Right, there's like zero effort in that. Literally stayed, studied giant speak for like months, learned it fluently, then asked the question. Then went, alright, no, okay, bye.
Imagine how anticlimactic that would be after studying for like learning this language fluent. And then
Just this like massive montage of like
No.
your calendar pages tearing off for some reason, and then you get there, it's like,
do
no.
like full Rocky montage.
Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, just walks away. Big amazing grey rat beard.
Bye.
Yeah. Right. Last call for this goal, folks. Any last thoughts? No? Yes? No? Maybe? And I see people seem to be editing it. So
I feel like there's something good there if it's just reworded like the way you said it there, Ryan. Like just like discover the link, if any, between the Forest Garden and the Giants. Like, would that work?
I mean,
Reworded the same question.
so
Investigate if there is correlation to the Forest Guardian and the Giants. That sort of be the same thing, or
there's too many assumptions in it, I feel, right? Because you're assuming there is a correlation to make the goal in the first place. So it's really discover if there is. I don't know. It's a weird one. Have a think about it through the week. I'll have a think about it through the week, and I'll see if I can think of a way to make that more relevant, right? Just want to leave that as is because time is pressing on, sadly, for us. So yeah, we can leave that as is for now. Right. So find out why the tree made Eltris tinkle. Yeah, that is a lot easier as a goal, believe it or not. That is so much easier. Again, though, the assumption is if it wasn't the tree, then the goal obviously doesn't matter, right? But that is a much easier goal for me to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
I'm not exactly going to write what made Eldris,
Okay.
why Eldris.
But like, it might not
tingle?
be, because obviously this is the part where like we do have to have blind goals sometimes, right?
Yeah,
Well,
well,
that's the thing, though, right? Like, it's like the null hypothesis, right? Like, because every goal you could say reach the city of Barris, or discover that there never really was a city of Barris and therefore cannot reach it. Decide the fate of the dragon egg, or discover there was no dragon egg to begin with, etc., etc. Like, you could have an anti-goal for every goal.
Yeah, I don't really want to go into it because it's
so-
too much effort to try and invert goals half the time. So really, it's
I
just,
just think, like,
goals and then
find
move
out
on.
why. Find out why the tree seemed to maybe, just stick that in, and it's
The problem is he would need to learn of the tree.
Yeah.
And you would need to learn that he's feeling this. Can you see
Yeah.
why they're bad? Yeah. So we may as well just leave it as
Yeah.
is, and we'll see if
Yeah.
anybody's brain can define it better. Because it is tricky. There's too many like again.
he doesn't know it yet, and the
Mhm.
party don't know it yet, so
Yeah.
we can't. Yeah.
It's
the
a tricky
main,
one.
main question we should be asking is: does Eldris mind us talking about his tingle?
I feel like Altris is
Oh.
fine. Yeah. See.
Not called the Eldritch Tinkle, it's called the Barbarian Sense. That's what it's called.
Dangerous sense, yeah. So, moving swiftly on, we've at least got a tiny bit of refinement to our goals, and as I said, if I can come up with any more throughout the week, I'll make some adjustments and let you know next week if we are on. But beyond that, let's do wrap-up chat, folks. So, why don't you start us off, Eltris?
But this is the first time I've went first in quite a long time.
Fine, Fleabite.
Okay. So yeah, great to be here. Had a lovely night as always.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah. It was, I quite enjoyed like, see, when we were trying to get through the stone door, like that was quite like, like I feel like obviously it wasn't a riddle as such, but there was like a kind of puzzle type thing,
Mhm.
and it was like that was quite fun. Like I feel like it's mostly their combat or just like RP or whatever. Like there's not really like puzzles like that. You know what I mean? And I quite enjoyed that. That was quite cool. Like
good.
I completely ran out of ideas with it though, and I was kind of like, okay, like I'm sure it'll open eventually, maybe.
I was partly laughing to myself because I ran an RP for like two friends long ago, and they were so annoyed with what they called a door puzzle, and it was literally just a locked door. And they were like so overthinking, like, is it magic wood? Is it not magic wood? It was just like a big wooden locked door in a sewer. And then the amount of time they spent on it, I'm staring going, at what point did I just tell them it's just a
Just get a
locked
key.
door? Yeah, but because they'd rolled so badly at like trying to just like knock the door open and stuff, they just had decided it was magic. Yeah. And since
That's
then, like, that became like a running joke of magic wood? Question mark. And it was just a joke about everything's a door puzzle from then on. So this kind of tickles me a bit because I'm like, yep, I know I do design door puzzles a lot, even if they don't look like obviously doors. Yeah, and this was another more obvious version of it. Because even having a a guard at an open gate is a door puzzle after a fashion, right? So,
Mhm.
yeah.
I think the door puzzle kind of reminded me of like just because we're sitting there and nobody knew how to do it. It reminded me a lot of the mirror, but not the mirror from the sewers, but a different mirror that was destroyed by a boulder. And it's funny because someone, I think it was maybe Thodun, mentioned something about a boulder earlier on, and I was like, I know two people in a boulder right now. Like, so yeah,
Yep. That was a weird
it-
mirror. Yep.
yep.
You see what I mean by how it's a
Um,
door puzzle though as well, right? Can you see what I mean by
Exactly.
that?
Yep. But yeah, no, all in all, had a very splendid night. And
How do you feel
looking
about
forward to seeing-
any of the things that actually happened to Eldris in the game though? Nothing about that? About the motions
like,
you're going through? Your arms seem to be greener now. Blackened as well at the tips.
I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of rolling with it. Like, I'm not too sure what to do about it. So I'm just like, I'll see how far it goes before it goes bad, and just see how it goes.
So literally,
but-
the thing Cynthia warned you of is, tame it or it'll consume you. Yep, perfect.
No, she said accept it or it'll consume me.
Yeah.
And I accepted it.
Mhm.
So therefore it
Mhm.
can't consume me,
Sure.
no matter how bad this looks.
Aye, totally.
Correct?
I'm
Wait.
convinced.
I don't know how to tame this. It's some sort of beast that can't be tamed by a mortal man.
It can't be tamed. Yep. Let's just get a song title in there. Yep.
But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll have a think about what to do over the week, and then yeah, I might die, I might live. Who knows?
True that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for running. You were a great DM.
Where? Thanks. That's me done, folks. I got permission. I'm away. Doo-doo. Thank you. Anything else, bud?
No, except next time we play, I'll be 29, and that's quite exciting.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't have to say that it was my birthday
Happy
tonight.
preemptive birthday,
Don't tell anyone.
buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What are you doing for it?
Aye, let's deal with that off stream.
Oh, okay.
Fleabite.
I have to say, I totally did not expect that solution to the door.
Okay.
Like, and I think Fleabite even did say, like, fairly, I was like, I don't think that's going to work. So,
What were you thinking?
I don't know. It's something that we hadn't found where it's had the instructions of the puzzle or something. I just didn't think magic spell was the answer.
Yeah,
And
fair.
I think that's a good lesson for Fleabite to being like, you so just don't understand magic. so stuff. Don't even try.
Yeah. I mean, Fleabite's okay at magic, right? He has, like, relatively consistent magic.
Well, after a fashion, yes. Can summon dagger. That is Fleabite magic.
That's a dagger that wakes him up.
Yeah.
Fleabite's solution to everything has been daggers, to be fair, so I did appreciate your attempt at chipping at the door with a dagger.
What's your theme going? Part
Yep.
of the character?
Has dagger solved the problem? Yeah, no, Fleabite's out.
Has dagger solved problem? No, use more dagger. And
If in doubt, dagger out.
I am sort of curious to see how giants treat, like, do giants even know what a rat is? Because, like, that's not something that would they even be able to see? So they're being like,
Dinner?
something. A giant is as likely to eat a rat as we are to eat like a woodlouse. The order of magnitude there. So seeing like a sort of anthropomorphic rat-ish is probably maybe less of an impact for them. It's just a strange, furry, small thing. So I'm sort of interested to see if there's going to be anything, or how any interaction might go between them.
Yeah.
Obviously, slightly snubbed when I, sent my phone ring over to him, and he was just like, no.
There's also the language barrier between them, unless you can speak.
Well, his psychic thing bypasses that.
Mhm.
But if these things get the ability to dismiss any unwanted thoughts, they can. So that would be the immediate reaction this person would have. Like, you probably take from that they don't have a lot of experience with telepathy.
Just because speak.
Just
I mean,
voices. Yeah, voices in my head. No, thank you. So yeah, I like to Fleabag's attempt to entertain the kids by showing them a bomb.
Yep.
It was great.
Yeah.
I like that.
That was the Gandalf image. That was the first thing that came to my mind.
Same.
So,
Just reversed heights, though, obviously.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep. That was good. It was a good scene. I liked that. It's almost exactly like the trope scene, really, at this stage, isn't it? In a lot of media, where it's the kids following the strangers, and then the strangers doing something to slightly entertain the kids. It's good. Anything else, bud?
When you said booming voice, I was like, oh no, and then showed the pictures. Like, phew.
How do you think it was?
Well, I mean, we've just had Cynthia, so some of her brood.
Some of her.
She has brood.
I think he means Von Rune. Kingy himself.
Big chicky.
Oh dear. You know he's not that fond of being anywhere on the mountain, right?
Yeah, I figured.
Have you learned why yet? Like.
Well soon.
Mm.
Yeah, remember that for next week.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking forward to see how things go.
Yeah. Any predictions of how you feel this Elorian situation's gonna go?
Remember who's talking to him?
Yeah, no, I think you guys will barter fairly well. I think you'll get some my prediction is you'll get some sort of information out of him, and probably miss out on getting some sort of loot, just because Vanger's translating, and he's like.
Well, remember he's speaking Giant and Primordial at the same time.
Okay, fair, but
Yeah.
I still feel like Vanger's going to be like, oh yes, thank you for that information. No, it's okay, you can keep that mountain of gold.
Fleabag's mentality. Everything must be mountains of gold, or ideally copper.
So that's basically my.
Alright, good. Yeah, there you go. Keldrath.
Yeah. As I say, I overthink a lot of these things. There's some questions I want to ask and don't feel like I should ask, and more.
You can ask anything, but just don't always expect me to answer it, I think would be my reply to that.
I know, but there's things that no.
I'll play just a moment, sir.
One of my character on my character sheet, it says I will investigate a mystery. I like mysteries and things like that, and I'm trying to play him with that, and I do have a feeling that everybody in this group has their own mysteries, including myself. And I'm concentrating on what the characters are doing. Some characters are doing stranger things, other ones are. And I'm picking up on things that would my character pick up on them? Should I ask them as a character? Should I just ignore them and note them for future? Those sorts of things are going through my mind.
See if that comes up again then, right? Here's my advice to you. If that does come up again, like for example, if I'm talking with, like, say, Vanger and I'm describing a scene about, let's say, him and the Emerald Witch, right? And if you're like, okay, am I in earshot of that, or can I see their body language? Feel free to clarify like situation like if you do want Keldreth to like be able to judge it or no, like be involved in it, if that makes sense. You don't always need to be, can I be in that conversation? You can go, can I hear that? Can I hear what they're saying? Can I gauge what like the exchange is? Blah blah blah. Or if it's somebody doing something like fletching arrows or whatever, you can go, is that something you're doing on your own, like isolated, or is this something that we can all see? Clarity is fine to seek, especially if it is because you want to like generate roleplay for your character moving forward. It is good. And don't forget, like you can like try and insight things if like, well, mostly trying to just talk to Fleabite feels like it's an insight role, but you know, it can be like worthwhile doing that. So don't feel like you can't just have Keldreth like, or like you as obviously Keldreth player. Say, would I know this, or could I like be close enough to hear this, or whatever? And it will be a simple enough answer going, is there any reason you guys are trying to hide this? Because if so, you can't hear it, but maybe if you're trying specifically to listen in, there's a roll that you need to make, like a perception check or something. So yeah, that's all stuff that you can clarify as we go. I know sometimes it feels a bit weird trying to cut in when you're in the middle of RP, but it is worthwhile asking those questions, I think. Just so that you can.
Okay.
Yeah. As I said, like, yeah. How do you feel about this new place that you're in?
Difficult not knowing the language. Being left on our own, 3 people in a strange city with absolutely no language skill at all. Could be dangerous.
Have any of you seen The Hangover? No, never mind. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no, exactly. So
I'll end up with tattoos. Yeah.
We're looking for an inn. We're being gentle. We've entertained the kids. They've entertained us. At the present time, everything is nice and peaceful. I will accept that until it changes.
No stag's heads have been tossed at the group's feet or anything yet, so everything's fine. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's taken a giant's hand out of a sack. By accident. You know, these things that...
I honestly thought that's what Fleabite was going to offer those kids. The waves to them with a giant hand. Yeah.
It's like everything else. We are in a strange city with the potential to be, as was mentioned earlier, great reward, or quite the opposite, depending on 20-foot giants, 20, 30-foot giants.
So as I said,
little
so just to clarify, the place is built like it should house 30-foot giants, but there's only like 15 to 20-foot people here. So definitely not a... Like, that's the interesting thing, like that doorway is big for them as well. Like, it's definitely double their height. But again, you know, we do
still
have...
3 times my height.
Yeah,
3 times Thodun's height. It's still not tiny people.
Oh no, definitely not. Definitely not, yeah. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
The link between Eltrys and the land has to be qualified in some way. It has to come to a conclusion. I feel, what's he turning into? We have to figure that out somehow. Yes, possibly Groot, but where does that? As I say, I overthink things. So
it's worthwhile like looking at, because the witch's hands with like the fingertips were the only thing stained, whereas all of Eltrys's arms are like up to his elbows at least, and just past them. Like,
is he becoming Genasi?
So weird. But like obviously her skin wasn't like black and green into like a faded green, but that's what his hands are, which is weird. So yeah, it's definitely interesting what's happened to him. Definitely not a tree bomb. Definitely not.
As I say, my character's into his mysteries, and there's lots going on here.
Yeah.
It's only been in the party for 5-6 days. There's a lot going on here that my character is trying to relate to, trying to figure his way.
That's good.
Yes.
It's good. Yeah. A lot to sink your teeth into, as it were.
Exactly.
Vanger. I'll give him a second. Yep, he's muted. Yep.
Not only was it muted, I had to take my headset off because I can't wear it for more than a few hours at a time. I take it it's me speaking now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. By the end of the night, I have to take off pretty regularly. My new one is far too tight and it has not stretched out yet. Yes. So, I had a good time. I enjoyed the door puzzle. Well, it wasn't really a puzzle in the sense that I don't get the feeling it was a, you have to do the X. Like I feel like we went for a solution which made a lot of sense, but possibly there were other options. It didn't feel like I didn't think we were supposed to click the blargs in X order or whatever. I definitely felt like it was going to be something that we should be able to, use magic or what have you tools that are available to us, and it was, and it felt very fitting, and I'm sure that's what you probably hoped we would use. But
It's a bit
when I think of
masochistic as a
door,
GM if I just put these in front of something you just can't do anything about, but focus on it, right?
when I think about a door puzzle, I think about something that's like you have this very specific narrow task that you need to complete in order to unlock the door.
Yeah,
to
there is a
progress to the next stage.
definitive. I'm expecting you to do the exact
It's
enter
very
the door
video
code.
gamey style of doing things. So
Like Skyrim and the doors with the claws.
Yeah, basically just door puzzles with a combination lock or some shit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, and as Sir Sniffslot in the chat says, multiple solutions does make it feel more natural. Yeah. Nothing more natural than stone.
anyway, so it was cool. It flowed nicely narratively. Obviously, it suits Vanger's sort of way to look at things, to think like, yeah, we're supposed to be here. This is supposed to be happening, etc., etc. So the fact that we had someone who had the right sort of
Your divine providence moments were coming up, which was
Yes.
good. I liked it.
because that's why Vanger's here. He's here because he believes that's what God wants him to be doing, and it feels like there's almost a religious connection here. And it also sort of feels like that we've all got a place. So I definitely think it's very fitting with this. So this has been a sort of pleasing development.
What do you feel
For
about
Vanger, although he doesn't necessarily know what to make of all of it just yet. I have ideas that I think like I don't know what he's going to ask, but I'm assuming that this guy with his power set has. I would speculate that had a certain long-serving member of the party not had to leave, they might have some interesting interactions with him. Is what I would say.
Oh yeah.
I feel like this is someone who's perhaps been planned quite a while in advance, and that he's going to be important to our journey, and that perhaps because of Vanger's ability, I mean, obviously, yeah, he's speaking both languages, and obviously, I heard some of what was said because I've been taking it on and off, so I caught Alex said about obviously Vanger not caring about gold. He's not an idiot equally, so it's not like he's going to necessarily say, "Oh no, please don't help us." But yeah, he's perhaps not going to be as motivated by personal gain as certain individuals might potentially be. So I don't know, but I think we've got two people who can speak to this being, this elemental, this Alorian. I assume he's some sort of elemental.
That's a fair assumption to make, given that he was made of wind a second ago and still kind of seems to be. Yeah.
And maybe he can speak to anyone. Maybe because he did speak giant as well, so it's not like they'd need to speak more. So clearly, my and Vanger's initial guess is wrong, right? Because clearly, if he's speaking, either he's able to speak to everyone, either he's using some sort of magical communication, or he knows and is able to simultaneously communicate in both primordial and giant. So either way, he'd be able to communicate with. So there's something else there. And I think I'm very curious about what that is. I don't have any specific ideas about but it might. I do wonder if it might have something to do with like Genasi runes after all, because we're definitely getting a feeling of like different elemental powers at play here.
Mhm.
And then you have runes that clearly are at least somewhat Genasi, and Genasi are elemental beings, and we've had a Genasi on the mountain, and they're rare. It definitely is feeling to me like there's some significance of the elemental powers, and we've met only a couple of them, so perhaps there's more to come. Perhaps that's sort of the path. Maybe that's the danger. Maybe it's a million things, or maybe it is like some sort of, the mountain is a place of great elemental power, and you have to pass through all of them, or something like that. Maybe there's a trial. I don't know. So I'm very curious. I was kicking myself for not thinking of it at the time, but I don't know if any of you heard me like sort of mumbling the lyrics to it. But we built this city on rock and roll.
That's good. Yeah, I had
Obviously,
Alorian the
yet-
Watchtower.
Okay.
Because all along the Watchtower,
Yeah.
it came to me after as well, and it's like, oh well.
Maybe we can use that in future.
Yeah.
I think it was interesting how, I don't know if this was by any means intentional or if it was just a case of, we don't want to break in, but Thodun's reluctance to sort of initially do that was interesting.
It was good, yeah. I liked that too.
I liked, obviously, we all sort of tested the door a bit.
Mm-hmm.
In our own ways,
Test your might.
And we had several different instances. Obviously, Fleabite using his blades, and me using Entangle, of people using spells in non-combat-y ways that could be or explicitly are combat-based things. Like, obviously, stone shaping has a lot of utility, but Entangle's a combat ability, very clearly. The blades, what are they called? Is it shadow blades?
It's actually, like, obviously it was just a dagger he used. It was his
Oh, it
magic
was just
dagger.
a dagger,
Yeah.
right? But it was a magic dagger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's still the idea of using.
It's also my packed weapon, so that's also where the.
Well, yeah, it's extra magic-y then. Yeah, but it's because it's like a conduit of power from outside the being, and it's also a magic item. So, like, the idea of applying very combat-focused magic to test something out in the world, right? It's like what could you compare it to? The bit in The Thing where McCready like tests their blood. I know it's a very distant comparison, but it's like that. It's like, does it react to the weapon? Right?
Well, I was going to say a better example is the last time where you tried to use Earth Tremor to bury somebody. I'd say that's a better example, right? It's the exact same idea. Earth Tremor is a combat-based spell that you use utility-wise, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking more in terms of like he's using it to probe to see, does this thing resist my poking at it with a magic dagger, or is it just a stone, or both?
Because we have seen Fleabite trying to carve wood before with it, and it was enchanted wood that wouldn't be carved. Yeah.
So yeah, it was. I thought it was very interesting. Like we all had our different approaches, and it very much is feeling like Destiny. So I think Vanger was kind of tempted to test the waters and everything at the tree, but I decided not to let him get distracted because he is distractible, but he's also quite mission oriented, especially in regards to what he feels like he is actually ordained to do. So yeah.
Not good. Anything else, bud?
No, I think I've bladdered on.
Good. And last but not least, Thodun.
Yes.
How did it feel having to be the lead again?
I'm actually okay with it. I actually enjoyed that today. I obviously tried the non-hostile approach. We are obviously outnumbered. And definitely outsized. Let's not get into that.
A little bit,
Once
yeah.
with the guys, we were all dead. Like, that's not.
Mhm.
I have a question though.
Sure.
Probably that's to probably get answered in the next episode. But we were talking to
Kenrog?
Kenrog. I'm going to call him Kenny.
Okay.
I wouldn't to his face.
Oh yeah, definitely not. Right, Kenny stabbed. Stood on. And he sent 2 of the guards down the hill.
Hmm.
But yeah, it took us up the hill to get to Elorian.
So, no. Remember the entranceway was raised up above, like, the village? And
Yeah,
then you just
so
walked down, like, a ramp into the village. So that's where they walked down into. Then through the village, they would have went up onto that same, platform.
Right. Okay.
If they were going to inform Alorian. You haven't seen them. You didn't pass them.
There's another path.
Right?
Or they used stone magic and opened up, just made a
Yeah,
path.
exactly. Right. Yeah.
This is a simple way to get out.
They quickly built a big bridge and a tower just so they can have this,
Yep.
Yeah. But no, like, there was no, like, ups and downs confusion there. Like, yeah, it is.
Mhm.
You just walk down into the city from the big raised entranceway, and then it's.
They followed the path up too.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's just as a clock, like just as I popped them here.
Mhm. No,
But
it's
yeah.
worth clarity, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the door thing, it literally was a last resort to use stone shape, because I was actually thinking using shatter,
Right, okay.
because obviously it's just a big booming noise. It might have echoed into the chamber and done something. That's why I was trying to use
Possibly.
sound, sort of thing. Because you were sort of emphasising it took the sound.
Mhm.
Make a louder sound and see what happens. Like,
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
that's my head was going. But then I thought against it because the last time I did a big spell like that and they killed everybody.
How
So
do you feel about the reaction to your name?
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm going to ask. That's going to be one of my questions. I'm going to introduce myself to Alorian and see his reaction and gauge his
Mhm.
question him about it, because obviously he seems to be the big bad if there's a big bad or the big leader.
Mm.
So I'll see what he has to say first and then take it from there. But yeah, it sort of makes me think, like, obviously there might be more to the Stormwatcher clan, rather than just.
I quite like
a
that
name,
angle
really.
as well, because based on obviously your suspicions on both fronts, right? Big bad, big help, as you said there. It's interesting because obviously the goal that you've adjusted to is, am I bringing my people here or not? Right? I like that. I think it's quite good. I think it does bring you a little bit of closure, right?
Yeah.
Which is cool. One way or the other. So yeah, I think that's quite cool. It was nice to see you try and be the diplomatic leader of the group there as well. Or at least just the spokesperson of the group. We obviously know Fleabite's the secret power behind the.
Oh
group.
yes.
Yes. Rubs
Telling
daggers
him what
together.
to say in his mind.
Yep. Puppetry. Anything else? Thodun?
I learned obviously a lot, or unlocked a memory, as it were, of ancient goings on of my ancestry with the wind tunnel and the birds and stuff.
Yeah.
That was a good crit to get.
It's not bad, is it? Not bad. Yep. Are those unlocked journal tab entries? Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that though. It's what I like about world building, right? I think that's a lot of fun to do, especially for adding bits to cultures and stuff. That obviously between us, there's a lot of gaps just based on getting the culture started. But I like that stuff. It's fun for me. I think it is nice to add details like that to characters' journeys. So yeah.
And going into the tower, obviously the tower's not. Well, we still haven't identified if the tower is called Alorian or the guy's called Alorian. But going into the tower and investigating the tree, I obviously wanted to investigate more,
Mhm.
but sort of left it to Vanguard being the druid,
Mhm.
and it's more of his field than it is mine, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
So having obviously him there would have helped that, but I think on the way down, depending on how if we make it down,
Super fun, happy
Um,
slide.
yeah, exactly. Gust of wind, aim at the floor and jump. Not the only one who can use gust of wind, big unit. No,
Lands
that's-
on tree, crushes tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on
My
back.
feeling goes away.
Yep. No more spider tangle.
Problem
I
solved.
mean,
Yeah. Not good.
so, but yeah, I had fun. It was good. And your cliffhangers worked. You got the reaction that I think you wanted.
It's not my first
And
rodeo.
leave it there.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah. Well, again, for me as a storyteller, I want you guys to be excited about coming back next time. If I
Yeah.
just say everything's resolved, yay, goodbye, it's not as exciting. So
Yeah.
it's nice.
But at the end of the day, at some point, that might have to happen.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there is a
I mean,
lot of times where there'll just be
story of-
when, like, think about it last time. Like, there wasn't really a cliffhanger last time. There was just this sense of
Yeah.
unease, right? Not
Mhm.
so much a cliffhanger, just a we don't know what's coming next type vibe.
Yeah.
But less so than just dun 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 dramatic reveal, you know. Which I am fond of. You know this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nothing's quite been Cynthia entrance levels of dramatic for you guys yet, right? So you have got
No,
plenty of time to
yeah.
go. Alexander sweats in history of Ryan's GMing. Yeah. And Nelson?
No, not really.
Not good.
That's
Good. Yeah.
I just enjoyed everything. So
Again, and thank yous all for playing as well. We're definitely way over in time, so let's get this off the air, as it were. Thank you everybody that watched as well, especially you, Sir Sniffsalot, and Heather, as always. Thank you for joining
new
us.
follow.
And yeah, new followers as well. We had it was Strawberry Os that joined us too. That was lovely. But yes, say goodbye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody.